Ladies and gentlemen, it's time! Live from the America First Warehouse, the show where the truth is loud, the laughs are louder, and the vibes are straight up electric. Get on your feet and welcome the cast of Live from Studio 6B. First up, the smoothest cat in the game, the best dressed man on television, delivering your sports headlines with style and swagger, it's Slick Rick! He might be piloting UFOs by day, but by night he's beaming down the wildest news you've ever heard. The mastermind of What Even Is That? It's Rick Delgado! The man who's here to punish the pinkos, curb stomp the commies, don't even think about steaming his clams, it's Kevin Downey Jr. He's been throwing hands on Facebook since 2015. The one-man meme machine, the king of clapbacks, and his hairpiece looks great tonight. Give it up for Vinnie Mac, Vincent Buta. Well, well, well. He finally made it out of Damon's truck, tinfoil hat intact, just in time to do the news. It's Paul Newland. You know him as the DeSantis-loving, Delgado-hating gnome who's never taking anyone to the sphere. We know him as the guy who started this whole mess. It's Big D. Damon Roberts. Welcome to Live from Studio 6B.
All right. How's everybody doing?
Check.
Very good.
Ready for a big night?
We can disperse to our regular seats.
Welcome in.
You got 3 seconds to get there. The music's going to stop. Let's go.
Welcome in on social media if you're watching. It's going to be a good night. Welcome on in. We're going to be live on the network at 8 o'clock, so about 11 minutes from now. Joe the Box, you want to lead
Pledge
us off
allegiance?
here? Yeah.
Hey, I love this part. It's my favorite part. Everybody, please rise. Put your hand on your heart, because what we're going to do is we're going to pledge our allegiance to the greatest flag in the world, right? Here it goes. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Please feel free to find your seat wherever you feel comfortable during the show. It's going to be a live audience all around. We appreciate the congregation. You listened very well. Now you're all going to be vaccinated next. Thanks, James. I was only kidding.
All right, we're live on socials, I think. Welcome on in, everybody who's on socials. We're going to be live on the network at 8 o'clock. And then, obviously, President Trump at 9. And we'll stay live during the president's speech here on the social stream. If you want to watch the president uninterrupted, it'll be on Real America's Voice, of course.
Damon, how do I know when you want to come to David?
I'm going to come to you. I'm going to come to you every time I see you with somebody.
Check, chat.
Yeah, we want to get a lot of reaction from the crowd. So
I'll get somebody in place.
what's going on, everybody in the chat? Carol on Facebook, hello. Sergeant Arb, hello. Nancy Burns, hello.
Sergeant Arbe. BTK Walk. UCIS Wagman. KRH. J Buck 169. Zinc and Ivy. Data 12. Everybody in the Rumble Rant.
All right.
Rumble, rumble.
I'm in the YouTubes. Ruby Ivy, Marilyn Schwoob. We got who else? Bill Moore, our buddy Bill Moore.
Bill Moore.
Maryland. Bucky's fan. Rick, Bucky's fan's back in. I haven't seen
Bucky's
her
fan.
in a half a
Welcome
minute.
back, Bucky's fan.
How about Bizardo of? Okay, Bizardo of. Baby J. Taylor Neathorpe. It's like
you hear her?
CRD Turbo.
No, he doesn't have his ears in yet.
Howdy, guys. Thanks for stopping by.
Over on the X. Let's see who's over
What up,
on the
KDJ?
X's.
Aaron, go ahead. He should hear me.
Nancy Burns, Vanita Simmons, Tumbleweed Fama. 417 Raiders, Gloria P. out of South Carolina, I believe. With the
you're talking
that's
to
a
me,
good
I
look.
can't hear
That's a
you.
good looking dog.
You're a little low, Aaron, compared to Delgado.
All I hear is Greg. I got
That's
you.
much better.
Howdy to the Twixers in the chat.
Sex, right?
What's up, Doug Pfaff on Facebook? What's going on?
603 Granite Mom.
Liberals suck so bad they even ruined an Olympic gold.
Leslie Bush.
And ruin it for me, that's
Yep.
for sure.
Is this mic in a good spot, Aaron, or you want a little bit closer there? All right.
Come on. Mics are hot.
Yep. Oh. Okay, so you all get to be part of the circus tonight.
Howdy.
All right, did you all hear that? That's going to be a little different for you guys.
Can't hear anything.
What do you mean you can't hear anything? You're not hearing Aaron?
You didn't hear Aaron say Dender's going to be in our ear all night?
Everybody's going to hear all the cues all night.
Yeah.
Oh, my thing came out. Hold on.
Again? It's not even a Friday.
I know.
There it is.
We already warned them not to do anything like that on the stage.
After
He said if I have to
after
go-
Halloween, it was
If they go to, he says,
All bets are off.
go to the
no-
bathroom, do I just get up?
no
He
more
said,
hanging out.
You better just get up. You get out, go to the bathroom.
Glenn Irvin, Bill Moore. CRD Turbo.
I already shouted them out. That's the YouTube.
That's all right. They can get a second shout out. It doesn't
right.
have to be you.
No, all right. You want to double dip? Nothing wrong with that.
Rick Amorati's in there.
Oh, thank you.
Look, I threw you a
Oh,
shout
man,
out.
oh, man. You sign something for me?
No.
Oh, so you can tell everybody.
Kathy Watson.
You obviously will talk to me like through
Okay.
there. You don't need to turn and talk to me. You won't turn and talk to me.
Copy that. No, I'll talk to the camera. Check, 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 check. 1, 2.
Buzzard
David
of
Zier's mic. Check 1,
207.
2.
Hello. Tina Crawford.
I would get like a
Yeah, he's got a whole
Bay
already got
J.
3 sets
I'll
for
keep
you.
coming to you.
Okay.
Golden Bear. The Golden Bear. To everybody in the chat, welcome, welcome, welcome. Should be a fun night.
Few minutes. Stand by. Where did Sharon go?
Deb's dog over in the Rumble Red.
Let me get everybody ready on
Okay.
stage.
Okay.
Guys, network's coming to you, so just get ready. Listen to Aaron in your ear.
Okay. I'm going to call you two in
Can you
first.
hear? Can you hear? Okay.
Copy.
Nice.
You too, buddy. How are you? It's a big night.
I'm good, David. I'm having a little bit. I think your audio may.
What's up, buddy? How are you?
I hear you fine, Grant. I'm at the America First Warehouse with a room full of patriots. Hopefully you can hear us. We are ready to go on a big State of the Union Tuesday night. How you doing?
I love that you got a studio audience tonight, and I really can't wait to hear from them what they react and maybe afterwards what they thought of this all.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what the night's about, right? It's going to be about, obviously, a lot of things the president will cover, but when it comes down to it, it'll be about the Democrats and their behavior. It'll be about what we're doing around the world. But when it comes down to it, it's going to be about people affording that they can live and affordability. And that's going to be the topic of the night, I would suspect, and it'll be the topic going into the midterm. So I suspect a lot of people here will have stuff to say about that. And I think people around the country, especially the Republicans' core voting bloc, of course, which is seniors, are going to be listening to the president to hear him tell them that he hears them, that affordability, we understand it's still an issue. Yes, things are better. Yes, things are down. But we know we have work to do. We hear you. We're on it. I think that's the message, I hope, that the president that dominates the night.
David, what's interesting is people's situations are so different around the country. So I'm in Texas. Affordability, yes, everybody's concerned about the cost of everything, but it's not the issue that it is in a New York or a California. And I think voters in other states don't understand what it's really like to be in a red state. And when I hear people talk about affordability, what are you talking about? My gas is $2.60 a gallon right now, and I look in California and see that it's still over $5. And there is a disconnect there because it's working in so many places across the country. Except these blue states, they're doing everything they can do to stand in the way of President Trump's agenda.
Yeah, for sure, and you're going to see that tonight again. You think about last year, I think there was 30 million, 36 million of people turned into the President's State of the Union, and they watched the Democrats do the sit on it deal that they did last year. This year, it seems like they're not learning any lessons. It's going to be the same. But to your point, yeah, we're seeing it all over the country, obviously in these big blue toilet towns, that they're ruining them. A lawlessness, obviously prices, overtaxing, overregulation. The iron fist of government shows itself in these places like it does nowhere else. But I still do think, maybe I disagree with you a little bit. I still think affordability and turnout, of course turnout, are still the two main things all over this country. And again, I think the president tonight has an opportunity to really double down on a couple things: affordability. And I also think he has a chance to kind of reset the narrative on immigration, because people voted for him for full force immigration, not targeted immigration to suit some and not others. They voted for full force immigration, the biggest deportation effort in the history of the United States. And I think he has a chance tonight to maybe reset the narrative on that as well, because I think that's slipped a little in the last couple months. So maybe he goes there as well.
Well, a great assessment as always. I can't wait to hear what the rest of the guys if you have to say, and of course the studio audience. Dave, we're going to get right back out to you and the team in Studio 6B in just a moment. Thanks for joining me tonight. And folks, to all of you, please stick right here with us for the real State of the Union. We're going to go, look at this. We didn't even take me off, and Damon just stay right there and say goodbye, but not goodbye. Damon, it's hello. It's your show now. Here you go, my friend.
All right, buddy. Grant Stinchfield, you're the best. Thank you very much. Grant Stinchfield right here on Real America's Voice. Welcome on in, everybody. Yeah. You can clap for that. Absolutely. Welcome to the State of the Union on Real America's Voice, President Trump's night to lay down all the successes and what's to come in the next 3 years. We've heard a lot about what we're going to hear tonight. Welcome on in, Real America's Voice on a big Tuesday night. The boys are all here, plus we have a room full of patriots here at the America First Warehouse. Yeah, welcome to everybody on Real America's Voice, social media, wherever you're watching, we always appreciate it. Let me go around and say hello to the boys here. Slick Rick's in the house. Slickster, how are you?
I'm doing good, Big D. Fired up for tonight.
Yeah, big night from the president. We'll get to what everybody thinks, but Rick Delgado's here. Mr. Delgado, how are you?
I am good, ready for a big night, and look forward to what the president has to say.
Yep. Kevin Downey Jr., the host of the Kevin Downey Jr. Show, is here as well. Mr. Downey Jr., how are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. D, I got to tell you, I think tonight is going to be Trump saying, look, kids, shut up, sit down. Things are going great. Let me tell you about it. And he's going to point it out for the stupid people with the letter D on their back.
All right. And sitting to my left, Mr. Nolan. Paul Nolan's here tonight. Mr. Nolan, how are you?
I'm good. Out of the trunk and into the doghouse, but a little bit excited about tonight. I just hope, the one thing I really hope out of this is he doesn't dumb down the messaging. He doesn't underestimate the American people and the audience. I want him to say it how it is. I want him to speak about what he's up against, which is a global banking order, and he will save us from what would really be one world currency. That's really what I think he needs to do. Really.
All right, very good. We'll see if that comes true tonight with the president's speech around 9 o'clock. We'll be here through all of it. Also joining us here at the America First Warehouse, of course, is the great David Zier, who's going to be doing maybe the most important job of the night, and that is talking to you, the people, the real American voices. That's what we do here on Real America's Voice. Mr. Zier, welcome in. Good evening. How are you?
I'm great, Damon. It's great to see you guys, and a big shout out to Joe the Box, the America First Warehouse, and this great crowd here. You know, Trump promised to reverse the course of the Joe Biden presidency and honor his campaign promises, and he has done a lot of that. But can he convince the American people going forward that they have to be patient? Interest rates got to come down, and are we ready to save the midterms? And, you know, early voting starts like 7 months away, Damon. So really important that he gets his message out on the economy. I've got great people here, people who fled communism in China. I've got college students. I've got intergenerational parents here whose kids had to leave a blue state, and the mass exodus from New York. So we got great stuff tonight from Real American Voices.
All right. Very good. I can't wait to hear from all of them. We're going to talk to as many people here at the America First Warehouse as we can. We've got the A-team on the ground as well. Taking you through all parts of the night. Obviously here with us, kicking it off at 8 o'clock. Grant just did a great hour at 7. Obviously Steve Bannon's going to pick up the coverage some here in the 8 o'clock hour, taking you right into President Trump at 9 o'clock. But we've got correspondents everywhere. We've got Bo Davidson, who's going to be on tonight to take you through the post-Democratic response coverage. And that's an important part of the night. I find that part very interesting. Abigail Spanberger, the new governor of Virginia, she's a total fraud, as is the party. And I think that's a perfect snapshot of the Democrat Party. And tonight, and going into the midterms, of course, is that they picked her to give the response. So we'll focus on that, obviously, later in the night. But in Statuary Hall, inside the Capitol, of course, we have the great Steve Gruber. We've got Neil McCabe outside the Capitol as well. We've got Brian Glenn at the White House. We've got Ben Bergquam on the National Mall covering some of the Democrat protest coverage as well. And, of course, we have David Zier here at the America First Warehouse. So we've got the A-team on the ground for you for the State of the Union. But Paul kind of gave me an idea of what he wants to hear. But let me go back to the other guys. Mr. Delgado, I'll come starting with you. What's the main message you want to hear from the president tonight?
And I've gone back to this a few times, Damon, when we talked about speeches that I'd like to hear. I'd like to hear him do a little bit of what he did in the South Bronx, when he really just started to do almost like an offer of what he used to do in his speeches when he talked to groups before he became president. He did a lot of these, positive speaking things where he talked about, here's your opportunities, here's what we can do, here's what you can do. Really pumping people up and pointing the direction for the young people out there to say, look, this is up to you, and you've got the opportunities here. I don't want to see a lot of the stuff that we've already seen. I already know about the crap that he's had to deal with. We've all seen it. We've all lived it. Talk about the future. Talk about the positiveness of what's coming down the road, so we have things to look forward to. And people are talking about the midterms. Don't worry about the midterms right now. It's like saying the World Series is already won. No, they just started spring training. It's not even close. Everything is delayed these days because of social media. People won't make their decisions until much later. You've got plenty of time between now and the end of the summer to really get the economy going, and I think that's what he should be focusing on.
All right, I'll get to the other guys here in a second, but let's get out to the National Mall. As I just said, protest coverage tonight. The great Ben Bergquam is out there. He gets to deal with all the petulant children tonight, I guess, is the assignment. Ben, if you're there, welcome on in to the State of the Union coverage. And what's set the scene right now? What's out there right now, Ben?
Well, so we've got right on the mall, really low turnout for protesters. It may be be 100 protesters out here, but you've got 20 of these activist politicians, got Adam Schiff and the rest of the clown show out here that are starting here. This is one of the locations of protest, and then they're going to be moving to the press club. Hopefully I get a chance to confront them, but this is, just the shamefulness where you have politicians who put American people last and illegal aliens first. That's what we're looking at right here. But thankfully, there's almost no turnout when it comes to supporters, protesters out here. I mean, it's dismal.
Yeah. Ben, I said that 36 million people tuned in last year to see the president's address, and of course the Democrats and the way they acted, and obviously they're going to see more of it tonight. But, I think most of the American people think, if you're too fragile to sit in the room with a president just because you dislike him, you aren't some kind of principled dissenter. You're an overgrown, petulant toddler who probably doesn't deserve to be in the job that we pay you to do, if that's the way you're going to behave. Give me your thoughts on what we're seeing, upwards of 50 elected officials who say they can't even be in the room tonight.
Yeah, I would say if you're a rational, average American, yeah, you would absolutely agree with that. But the problem is the base of the Democrat Party is so anti-American. It's communist. It's this combination of communist jihadism now, where you really can't be rational. And when you think about why they're doing it, this is a party now that is controlled by the most fringe-based evil that you can imagine. And so to them, this makes sense. This is a generation of kids that are voting for this, or young people that are voting for this, that believe everyone deserves a trophy, that believe that being offended is justification for violence. And so this is kind of, this is the outgrowth of that. So they almost have to do this. I would almost bet that most of these members that are doing this, if they had their way, they wouldn't be out here, but it's the base of their party that's pushing them out here. And I saw it at the DNC. I was there for the whole DNC, and the base of that party, they were outside the fence. They weren't inside the fence, and they were threatening to burn down the the DNC. So that's what they're up against. It's the base of their party that's really driving this.
And I'll go around here to the guys on the stage. The great Ben Berkholm's with us. He's out covering the protests. But it is total irrationality from this party. KDJ, I'll come to you first. A party that is so irrationally hating of Trump that they basically oppose at this point what we know is empirically good for the country.
I think that there's some MK Ultra business going on because none of them can say why they hate Trump. I've asked them, and they end up calling me names and running away. But I think some people have just lost it. This is a real thing, this TDS. This is not even a joke now. And it's contagious. It's funny.
It is funny, but it's real.
It's a verifiable condition, Delgado, at this point. Maybe it should be entered into the diagnostic and statistical manual of mental disorders.
It should be. And you know what, though? What's good to know is seeing who these people are, because these are the people, I said it last night, you don't invite them to your house. You don't want them at your parties. Nope. They are buzzkills. They're the people that just hate on everything because, well, nobody loved them and hugged them as a child. And so this is how they respond.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Slick, I didn't get a chance to come to you. What do you want to hear from the president tonight?
Well, first and foremost, I want to see him recognize our gold medal men's winning Olympic hockey team. I think that's going to be great. In fact, they changed the name from the White House to the Gold House for one day tonight, I heard as well. So I'm looking forward to that. And whether they're Patriots for a day or Patriots for a lifetime, they should be recognized, and that's what I'm looking forward to. As well as I want to see him talk to us, the middle class. Let me see Mr. President, where do the ends meet for the middle class here? That's what we want to hear. I think the economy is the number one thing on most folks' minds. What's going to happen with our wallets? And whether you're in Texas, California, or New York, everybody is feeling the pinch. Let's show us where the money's coming from, Mr. President.
All right, very good. Let me go out to David Zier, who's here at the America First Warehouse. What we want to do tonight is get to the voice of the people, most importantly. David, who do you have with you?
We have two generations represented here, Damon. We have Melissa Morales and Jane Morales. And Melissa, you're a freshman at High Point, North Carolina, but your family lives in New York, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, why'd you choose to go down there for school?
Overall, the economy and safety in the United States overall has been a concern, but especially in New York State, more than anything. hopefully, I was really planning to stay in New York, to stay close to my family, but it's not safe anymore.
You know, I spend a lot of time in North Carolina. I'm there all the time. There are jobs everywhere. Charlotte's booming, Winston-Salem, High Point, Research Triangle, manufacturing jobs, right? It's a little easier to live down there. Big switch, 39% of the voters are on affiliate independent, and 47% of them are under 35 who swung for Trump. What is the student body like at High Point? Are they conservative, or do you have a big liberal contingent? What do you deal with?
I would say that's absolutely reflected within the student body. We have a very high rate of conservative students, which is definitely a shift from what I've seen in New York. We have a Rising Turning Point USA program as well as Young Republicans, but a very respectful communication between Young Republicans and Democrats on campus. There is no extreme protesting and violence, just open communication, discussion, and respect.
Well, that's good. That's very positive there. Jane, all right, you have other children, right? We're in New York. We lost, like 800,000 people since 2018. The exodus will continue. You've lost children from New York to other states.
Yeah, my oldest son is now in Texas. New York is totally unaffordable. I have a son on Long Island who struggles paycheck to paycheck. It's not fair. Even my own husband, it's school tax, it's property tax, it's tax your salary. Last time I checked, New York was part of the United States, and New York needs help.
Yeah, we become the sandwich generation, right? Your kids have to come live with you. Your parents, if they're around, have to come stay with you. Fixed incomes can't do it. Have you seen things get any better under Donald Trump in the last year? Like what?
Absolutely. The cost of home heating oil has gone down. Gas has gone down. The only thing that hasn't gone down is Kathy Hochul's taxes.
All right, you heard it. We're going to come back probably to Jane and Melissa, and we're going to go back to you, Damon. We've got great people here, a very diverse crowd tonight.
All right, David Zier, very good. We're going to hear from those people all night long. But right now, I want to go out onto the ground, the A-team here for Real America's Voice. We've got it covered. Let's go to Statuary Hall inside the Capitol. We've got our primary correspondent there, Steve Gruber's joining us outside the Capitol. We've got Neil McCabe. And at the White House, we've got Brian Glenn. Gentlemen, welcome all in. Brian, I'll come to you. You just heard some of the people here at the America First Warehouse. Obviously, affordability and turnout, probably the topics of tonight. They're obviously going to dominate the midterms as well. How do you see President Trump's addressing economic concerns, Brian?
I do think he's going to separate what Americans felt under Joe Biden. Double-digit inflations on just about every product, service, industry that there is. Power, energy, gasoline, and a stark difference in what it's like now under the Trump administration. But I'll say this real quickly, David. Since our broadcast, since we came on the air around 7 o'clock, I have not heard one person talk about Iran. And there's many people at home right now watching this telecast that's saying, wait a minute, we love all these things. We love all these economic policies under President Trump. And I'm very concerned about getting into another foreign escalation over the Middle East. So I'm hoping that President Trump tonight addresses the elephant in the room. And I think it is getting dragged into a war with Iran. And hopefully he can address that and put some Americans at ease that we're not going to get into another war. And I think he promised no more long-term wars, and I hope he talks about that tonight.
All right, very good. Steve Gruber, I'll come to you. You heard Brian say, does the president walk a tightrope tonight on the time he puts balancing, obviously, world issues like Iran and what's going to happen there, and Israel and what's happening there, and what's happening with Ukraine and Russia and China and Taiwan? There's many things he could talk about that obviously is on his plate every day. But again, or does he spend his time talking about affordability? When you look at the American people, they're still nervous about the economy. They're unsure if it's truly climbing out of a hole from Biden's mess. Where does he spend his time tonight, Steve?
Well, let me start with this. I think when it comes to foreign policy, I think he starts a lot closer to home, and that's in Mexico. Well, we've seen that in the last 72 hours. The cartels there, after El Mencho was killed by the Mexican army in coordination with American intelligence, it seems to me that it's pretty clear that the cartels have more control in Mexico than the government there, as the president has said numerous times. Look, more than 24 members of the Mexican National Guard were killed by the cartels in the last 48 hours. Several other civilians were killed. Other police officers were killed. I think the president needs to talk about the cartels, the fact that we stopped the border, but then, yes, where does it come back to? I think the majority of the speech is going to focus on what people are talking about around their kitchen table. What does it take to make the mortgage? What does it take for our kids to buy a house and have a mortgage? what does it take to get those kids to college, the grandkids, a chance to have a piece of the American dream? A lot of people that we hear and talk to every day between 18 and 30 think that they're left out of the conversation because the greatest generation and the generation that they had after them took advantage of a lot of things and had a great life, but haven't left much behind for those coming with a $40 billion debt and so forth. So I think it's really important for the president to identify a positive path forward and chart that path. Here's where we are. I couldn't fix 40 years of problems in a year. He didn't get elected with a magic wand. He got elected with a mandate. That mandate to fix the problems. But I don't think any realistic person could say fix the problems and you've got 12 or 14 months to do it. Let's be honest here. We're on a path to a better America. And here's the real thing. It's February. I see Democrats taking victory laps already. I would caution them, maybe it's a little early. We're a long way from November. If the economy picks up, you get a couple of rate cuts from the new Fed chairman, this economy could really be humming by the time we get to September, late September, when early voting starts, and I think that could be critical. I expect the president to spend the majority of the time talking to real Americans about what it takes to make it in this country today.
Absolutely agree. The great Steve Gruber on the ground for us tonight, Real America's Voice, coverage of the real State of the Union. President Trump expected to obviously start around 9 o'clock. Just the walk into the hall is going to be interesting. As he walks by, we'll see what members of SCOTUS are there. So that we're going to have maybe fireworks right off the jump before he even gets to the before Mr. President even gets to his speech. But this great night of coverage is brought to you by all the great sponsors here from Real America's Voice, and of course, one of them is Patriot Mobile. Every day, Americans vote with their dollars, even with their cell phone. Of course, Patriot Mobile, America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. You can get premium nationwide coverage on all 3 major U.S. networks, plus 100% U.S.-based customer support. Go to patriotmobile.com/SOTU, State of the Union 26, SOTU 26, and take a stand today. Go to patriotmobile.com/SOTU 26. And get a free month of service with promo code SOTU26 as well. All right, we're going to take a quick break. When we get back, we'll get to the rest of the A-team on the ground here. Real America's Voice coverage of the real State of the Union on a Tuesday night right here on Real America's Voice. Thanks for being with us, everybody. We'll be back right after this. Are you guys hearing Aaron too? You're hearing everything?
Yeah. It's actually good.
Two minutes back. Are you going to go back into the field?
I think I'm going to Neil McCabe next.
Right.
Yeah, that one guy you missed.
And then I'll try to get to the guys on stage. I know it's just a balance. It's
Yeah,
like,
no,
you know
I
how
get
these
it.
nights
Okay.
go.
I have somebody lined up when you're ready.
I'm going to continue to come to
Yeah,
people
okay,
as
so I'll
much as
put
I
somebody
can.
in place.
And Harry, we'll really do it once. We'll come a lot once Steve takes over. The network does their thing. Then we can really start to work in.
Yeah.
You know. All right, Aaron. Let me do another sponsor at the top so I can get through another one. What, you going to do Birch or somebody, or did they have a preference?
We have a guest tonight?
Okay.
Oh, sound like the blues. Sound like the blues right there. You in the chats, Rick?
Yep.
What's up, baby?
There was a super chat there, so.
I missed it. XJS. I don't have it though. It's gone.
Oh, you don't have it?
$10 super chat from XJS.
Oh, Paul, there's pizza.
Thank you for the super chat.
I don't need that right now.
Okay.
XJS CV gave us a $10 super chat. Thank you for that.
Right.
Just kind of.
Here we go. And welcome on back. Real America's Voice on a Tuesday night. The real State of the Union coverage. We're glad you're in. We're live at the America First Warehouse, Ron Conkelman, New York, and we're glad to have a room full of patriots with us here at the America First Warehouse. Joe the Box and his staff always so welcoming. We're so happy to be here on such an important night for the country as the president lays out his vision for the next 3 years. And then obviously looking back at the last year, all the boys here from live from Studio 6B are here as well. David Zier in the building. He's going to be talking to great American patriots here at the American First Warehouse all night. And of course, we've got correspondents everywhere, but we want to thank our great sponsors who bring coverage like this and nights like this, make it possible for us to bring it to you. And of course, Birch Gold tonight is one of them. We want to thank them, of course, at Birch Gold. See how easy it is to diversify your IRA or 401k with gold. Get a free information kit from our friends at Birch Gold right now by texting the word America and sending it to 989898. That's America to 989898. And we want to thank Birch Gold for being a proud sponsor of the real State of the Union coverage here, right on Real America's Voice. I want to go outside the Capitol. Neil McCabe is there. He's covering all the action there for us. Neil, great to have you. First time I got to talk to you. So first of all, great to meet you. Great to talk to you. Welcome on into the coverage. I was talking to Steve Gruber, Brian Glenn before. We were talking about how the president balances his time tonight. It seems the president would be well served to make this address about affordability, about the American people, not only laying out a credible cause for hope, but also leaving maybe the personal grievances out of it if he can tonight, and really making the case to the American people saying, I hear you, we're on it, we know this is a big deal. Give me your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. You know, the president has always been a positive guy, and you know, obviously, you know, if you attack him, he's going to attack you back. But he's somebody who's always projected a vision that we're working for. And I think if you give somebody a vision that you're working for, they'll say, okay, I'm with you. But throughout the history of this democracy, voters have never thanked anyone for a job well done. Every time they vote, they're voting for, what are you going to do for me now? And so, you know, people are glad he's in the White House, and people are, you know, glad he's done a lot of fantastic things. But they want to know what's coming next. And if he lays that out, I think it's really going to help him. And another thing to remember, too, is this, you know, people have problems with Trump personally, but they agree with him on the issues. As long as the Democrats are attacking him personally, they're never going to get anywhere. People vote for Trump because they agree with him on his policies and what he wants to do. And if he lays that out, they're going to be with him.
And one of those policies, obviously, that people voted for him in 2024, of course, was border enforcement. We know what he's done to close that down. But President Trump ran because he promised immigration the biggest deportation you know, in the history of the country. They didn't vote for him because he promised a narrow immigration enforcement strategy, which some would argue this has kind of taken a turn towards that. Does he use tonight to reset the narrative on immigration to say, no, what we've done up to here has been good, but now there's a phase 2, and that is enforcement at scale without fear or favor? How does that sound?
No, I think you're absolutely right. The State of the Union is the great reboot. The most important factor in Washington, D.C. is the calendar. It's not really politics or policy. It's the calendar that drives things. And the legislative season kicks off with the State of the Union. And anything that's going to get done this year will be done between tonight and July 4th. After July 4th, then all bets are off. People come back after the summer, and you have a budget crisis, and you have the midterms, and then you have Christmas, and then it starts all over again. But tonight is when the president reshuffles the deck. And it's like you said, he's going to lay it out, this is what we're going to do, and he's got to put it forward. It's almost a crime that he achieved so much in his first year. You know, because people might be saying, well, maybe everything's done. So he's going to lay out an agenda of what we can do. And I think it's also important to remember that the pre-Trump Republican Party was really listening to the donors and the Chamber of Commerce. That in 2016, he was running against people who are literally for open borders. We're literally for working with China. And that's all changed.
And so Trump is different. He wasn't listening to the donor class or the Chamber of Commerce. He was listening to the people, the working people, who are being screwed by this system. And if he reaches out to them and he says, hey, we're in this together, what we started, we're going to finish, and I think that's a winning message for him tonight.
All right. Very good. Neil McCabe on the ground outside the Capitol. Of course, just one part of our great coverage tonight. Ben Bergquam, Brian Glenn, Steve Gruber, Bo Davidson tonight. Are we bringing in John Solomon, Aaron? All right, Brett, Ben Bergquam had a chance. I guess we have a clip of Ben Bergquam at one of the Democrat protests. Let's see what that is. Aaron, roll it.
By the policies that are taking. Senator, why are so many representatives putting illegal aliens above American citizens? Senator, why do you put illegal aliens above American citizens, sir? Do you feel any shame for boycotting? Is this because your base are just petulant children that you have to follow the base? Excuse me, don't touch me, ma'am. You can't block my path. No, you can't block my path. Are you part of the propaganda media as well? Senator, shame on you for protecting illegals above American citizens.
Okay, there you go. Ben Bergquam trying to chase down Pencil Neck. Not surprised that he didn't get.
That girl tried to erase him.
But to the bigger point, KDJ, I'll come to you. The bigger point is the Democrat Party is truly at its core right now, for most of the party, I would argue an anti-American party. They support anti-American, ideals, and it's really an anti-American party at this time. So guys like that, like Schiff, are not going to give answers to Ben Bergquam.
Nope, he's gonna feed it to his base. He knows what they want to hear. He's gonna give it to them. These are people who have been sort of, raised into hating the nation. Our favorite Soviet defector, Yuri Bezmenov, said, here's the way we do it. Demoralization. We make them hate their own nation. We make them want to tear it down, and they actually feel good about doing so.
Yeah. Let me bring in Ben Bergquam, who we just watched that video of. Ben, I don't know if you thought you were going to get an answer from Schiff or not, but tell me about your encounter there. What else happened? Anything we didn't see there?
Listen to this hypocrisy. Okay, so I get Adam Schiff, I get another senator as they're going out. Obviously, they don't want to answer questions. These guys are pathetic little cowards. They only talk tough when they're surrounded by their base. But you've got Joyless Reed up on stage, who started this event by saying, we're going to start out with prayer. I'm the effing kind of Christian. These people are demons portraying themselves as good. And as this was happening, there was actually a Trump supporter that actually got up on stage and said, go Trump. He just walked in. He grabbed the mic and said, go Trump. I just interviewed him. As he was walking away, he just kind of walked his way out. They told the police to go arrest him. So this guy got arrested right now, Trump supporter, for saying go Trump on stage, while these people want criminal illegal aliens to be set free. They were celebrating this guy getting arrested for simply taking a mic and saying go Trump. Well, rapists and murderers go free in our country. You can't script this stuff. They're that stupid.
Yeah. While Ben was talking, we're trying to catch a clip of the motorcade of the president heading over to the Capitol. And, of course, Ben Bergquam's on the ground. He's going to be covering all of the petulant children's response tonight. And, of course, they're not going to be in the room. And I just go back, and I'll open up here to the guy, Paul. I'll open it up to you. You know, if you despise the administration so much that you refuse to participate in the basic functions of the government that you're literally paid to do, then maybe you shouldn't be in the job. Get the hell out of the way and let someone else do it. I mean, that's really, I think, the way most common sense people look at their behavior tonight and think.
Well, you know, when they get that high up the level of the chain of command in government, there's a lot of perks that come with it, and no one's giving that up. And they're when they act like a petulant child, as KDJ said, they will pander to their base. And what is the new scoring point, the new bullet point, the new rage bait? Is the way they get their clicks and the way they get their likes, the way they build their momentum is by acting like a petulant child, like they were born to be. The schools have taught these kids you were living on stolen land. The founding fathers were racist and slave owners and patriarchy and blah, 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 and everything's racist. And these people pander right to that base. And it's like they're in a competition to who could be the biggest jackass, who can go the furthest with their stupidity to really like rage bait to the ultimate level. That's really why we're not going to see anybody step in a room with Trump and act like they're somewhat civil as a politician.
Yeah, and that's why they won't respond to a Ben Bergquam, because it hasn't been written out for them what to say, right? They can't respond off the cuff to a question. It has to be written out for them, or else they are exposed for the doofuses they really are, right?
Right, like a Gavin Newsom who he only had a 960 on his SAT, you know,
Right.
because he doesn't want to like step on you because he's such a regular guy. If you got a 940, the kind of pandering we see from these people, and then we see him talking to, I read a 260-page. I wrote a book. He's just a nonstop political weather vane who just tries to dive into whoever he's talking to in the moment,
right?
And it's so belittling. Yeah. It's so obvious, and you can't get away with it no more.
It's the Hillary with the hot sauce in the purse moment. That's Gavin Newsom throughout his entire career.
All corn pop.
Yeah.
Let's go out to David Zier here at the America First Warehouse. He's got great American Patriots with him here all night. Let's quickly get into another one, and then we're going to bring the great John Solomon in to join us. David, who you got?
We are here with Stephanie, and with Jimmy Lai serving a life sentence in communist China, and Mike Johnson inviting his daughter, Claire Lai, to the State of the Union tonight. It's relevant because we have several people here, and we'll get to them throughout tonight here, who emigrated here legally from China. One from Taiwan, many from communist mainland China. And Stephanie, tell us your story quick.
Yeah, I came here 25 years ago from China.
Why did you come?
Came here for freedom of speech.
So I saw communism up close 40 years ago, tanks in the street in Moscow. Do you think Americans really get what communism is? Because the protesters say, we want communism, we want socialism, but do they really know?
They don't know. Maybe communism is a nightmare that we run from there. So that's why we fight like our life depends on it.
But you still do that here, because you guys are very active campaigning, and you're active with J6ers. Tell us a little bit about your door knocking for Trump, and you're celebrating his return, you said?
Yes, I'm here just to, it's just like a dream come true. Like in 2024, a lot of Chinese Americans, patriots, in all the swing states, like New York, we drove every weekend. Here, Mr. Lee drove us to Pennsylvania every weekend, door knocking phone banking for Trump for 4 months.
And we'll get to it later. Stephanie also fighting for freedom of J6ers. And back to you, Damon.
All right, David Zier, very good. We'll get back to you. And more American Patriots here at the America First Warehouse. Moments ago, President Trump actually left the White House, got into the motorcade, and I think we have some footage of the president getting, there it is, leaving the White House, getting over there, getting ready to go over, and a big night for the president. He relishes these nights. He's given some of the great speeches, Reagan-esque type of speeches in these moments. I suspect tonight he has a lot to say. There's been there's been a lot of chatter out there about how long the president's going to go tonight.
And I think he's under the, I've heard him say this before, and it's when the network gives you time, you use it. Yeah. So he intends to use every single second he can.
You got to believe he'll use this like the beginning of his campaigns, which he's going to springboard after this. Right. So.
Oh yeah. I'm sure the president is ready to deliver a whopper tonight. Let's bring in the editor of Just the News, of course, the host of Just the News, No Noise on Real America's Voice at weeknights at 6 o'clock. The great, and I do mean great, our friend John Solomon. Mr. Solomon, welcome on in to a State of the Union Tuesday. How are you?
Buckle up. We're going to get a whole train of ideas tonight. New ideas from the president, and then we'll get more protest, petulance, and pouting from the Democrats. That's what tonight's going to be about, two very different displays. So I expect the president to propose some new tax cuts tonight, so keep an eye out for that. That'll be a new idea. I think he'll propose some new ways to make housing affordable for young people under the age of 40. Right now, the average age of a new home buyer is 40. That's a first-time home buyer. That's the highest it's been in our generation. And so I think this president will lay a track down. Hey, here are the ideas I gave you last year. I got them all done. Here are the ideas I got for the next year that we're going to get done. And then that will be a strong contrast to what you see with the protests and the stuff that Ben Bergquam just did with the silent Democrats. They can protest, they can pout, they can pander, but they're not going to have any significant ideas to put on the table tonight. That is, I think, the contrast that Americans will see.
Yeah, and we've talked about it all night with everybody, John. In the end, affordability, obviously turnout will be a big thing when it comes to the midterms, but affordability tonight seems like the president will be well served to kind of make that the focus and give people, you know, listen, we know things are better. People know things are better when they go to when they put gas in their car, when they heat their home, in a lot of places when they go fill up their car with gas. But they still feel like, well, are we truly climbing out of the hole? Some things are still affordable. Life still seems to be getting in the way. It seems like if he makes this address about the American people and saying, I hear you, we have work to do, but there's a credible cause for hope, that would be a message the president would be well served to deliver tonight.
Yeah, I think that's what you're going to get. I think he's going to talk about the grit of the American hockey team. They got beat by Canada. They came right back. And I think when he addresses the Supreme Court justices, he may use that illusion. You beat me on the tariff case, but I'm coming back. You said, give me some new laws. I got some laws to show you. I think he's going to show a sign of optimism, a sign of determination, and a side of ideas. You know, when the Republican Party, the conservative movement is in its greatest moment with the American people, it's putting ideas on the table, something that Democrats loathe to do. And so I think you're going to see tonight a vision for the next year that's as ambitious as the first year. By the way, the first year's ambition was pretty darn big. I think you guys did a good job covering it earlier in the show. But I do think that idea, that optimism, that's Reagan-esque, and then he'll put in some Trumpisms. He'll take a couple barbs, have a couple fun moments, and he'll own that stage. And everyone who comes after him, or every camera that goes off to a sideshow, will look small in comparison. I think that's what he's trying to achieve tonight.
And do you think, John, he has a specific way he's going to deal with tariffs? The Supreme Court obviously there. When he walks in, he's going to walk right by them. I suspect that should be theater right off the jump. But and to follow up with that, are there, besides how he deals with that, are there any other topics that you expect when you think about the Republican agenda and you think about obviously immigration, taxes, health care, all of these things? Do you expect him to go into anything else for any significant portion of the speech?
I think he'll talk about foreign policy and what lays ahead, how the world's already much more peaceful and how it will become more peaceful with the actions ahead. I think he'll mention that Iran, he's still giving him a chance for peace. He doesn't want to go right to war with them. I think the tax cuts will be a surprise moment. We thought, well, we got some big tax cuts done last year. They're going to come back. He's coming back for some more, I think, from the reporting I've done tonight. And then I think affordability on things that are yet unachieved. Energy's down. Pharmaceuticals are down, gas and eggs are down. I think he's going to talk about housing a lot. I think he wants to connect with those 30 to 40-somethings who feel like they're never going to have a home like their parents and grandparents did, and assure them he's got a credible path to doing that. And I think those are the sort of conversations that do resonate at the dinner table. I think a lot of the sort of everyday man speeches he gave on the campaign trail during that incredible run before his election in 2024, I think you'll see a lot of return to that. He's been on the world stage, he's had to do a lot of foreign policy. We're seeing his motorcade get right into the capital area now. That takes you sometimes away from something that Donald Trump's very good at. He may be a billionaire, but he really commiserates and understands everyday Americans. And I think you're going to get a heavy dose of that tonight. I think he'll talk a lot about elitists didn't care about what happened to you, but I do, and here's what we did, and here's what we're going to do. We're not stopped. And I think that will connect with people that maybe aren't elitists, aren't in the media, but are probably watching, having a beer tonight.
The great John Solomon, of course, Just the News. You see him weeknights right here, 6 p.m. on Real America's Voice, and it is always an honor to have his insights on a night like tonight. As you see the president rolling up there, live shot right there as he arrives at the Capitol, getting ready for his State of the Union speech tonight to the country, to make the case for hope, to make the case for what we've done in the first year, and make the case for what is coming in 3 years. We have laid the foundation. Now give it time to work. And affordability. John Solomon, always a pleasure to speak to you. Thank you very much. I believe we have ready. Let me welcome in your host for the rest of the night. He will take you right into the president's speech, and that, of course, is Mr. Steve Bannon. Mr. Bannon, welcome into the broadcast. Big night for the president, big night for the American people. It's going to be a great night and a great message, of course, it's going to uplift the country unless you're a Democrat, of course, and it's going to be a miserable night for you. Welcome on in, Mr. Bannon.
Well, Damon, thank you very much. Tremendous coverage from your team at Studio 6B and the live audience at Warehouse. I have a question for you. What about urgency? What about the sense of urgency? So many of the MAGA movement, so many of Trump's most fervent backers and supporters, as you see at the Warehouse and your crew there. What about urgency? Do we need a message from the President of the United States tonight about that?
Well, I think if he talks about affordability, I think just built into that idea is there's a sense of urgency. The sense of urgency that yes, we understand that you still have economic concerns. You're still nervous about the economy. Are we truly climbing out of the hole? I think when he talks about it, I think you have a sense that they recognize that it's urgent because obviously they know the job's not done. They obviously know they own this economy now. It is not Joe Biden's economy anymore. They understand that the shutdown had some effect. But when you look at it, even if you factor that back in, the numbers still show a problem for the president in many, many ways. Full year GDP grew 2.2%. That's down from 2.8 in 2024. You look at the revision on job numbers, on total non-farm payrolls, there's numbers there that have some concern. So I think the idea of urgency is going to be built into the message. I think the president uses these nights to give these big soaring, as John said, he's a billionaire, but he relates to the American worker, to the American people. So I think that sense of urgency will be built into his message of saying, hey, we did the hard work now, and now we're going to reap the rewards over what I think he said today. He was quoted as saying the best 3 economic years the country has ever had coming up.
Damon Roberts, thanks so much. We're going to come back to you guys in a little while. Thank you, and thank the crew at the Warehouse and the team at Studio 6B. Let's go now. Do I have Brian Glenn? I want to go around the horn quickly. The president has arrived at the Capitol. They take a few minutes. What happens? The president goes in. There's some...
Okay, we are now live just on socials as the network and Steve have taken over, and they're going to give the president's speech, obviously uninterrupted at 9 o'clock, but we are still live here at the America First Warehouse with a room full of patriots. Let me get caught up here with the boys on stage. Paul Nolan, what do you think of the coverage so far? Any things change your mind on tonight and what you expect to hear from the president?
I do think Trump will do what Trump does best, and that's going to be himself, spitballing, keeping the energy going, trying to turn it into an American pep rally. But I do think he does. I think he needs to trust his base. He needs to trust his audience that they're smarter than he realizes. People are doing their own research more than ever. Yep. And I really would like to see him really take on the economic issues that he is up against. And he is up against a global banking financial system that wants to have complete control over American and the American worker and manufacturing. The deindustrialization of this country was by design by a globalist faction from the Council on Foreign Relations, from the essentially Davos, the 62nd Munich conference. All of the players of the global structure are all there. And who goes there? It's all the rhinos and it's all the Democrats all bashing Trump to bits on a global stage. And who's the only guy who stands up for him is Rubio. And Rubio, if you saw his speech, Rubio went head-to-head with the entire global system. And I really think that if Trump encapsulates what Rubio did in that forum, in that global stage, and lets the people know that he will bring manufacturing back, and how's he going to do it? He's like in Georgia. He brought 5,000 jobs back just to one plant alone, 70,000 construction jobs in Georgia alone. This is just the beginning of the people constructing all these manufacturing plants all across America. So I want to see him talk about really the infrastructure, which will be the foundation of a great America all over again. The deindustrialization of our country absolutely ruined us by outsourcing our vitamins, our medicines, our products, everything we need to our enemies. And now we need that back at home. It costs a little bit more, but everybody's working. At the end of the day, it will bring debt down. It'll make the dollar rise. It'll make us unstoppable once again.
Kevin Downey Jr., what do you think so far? And what do you, anything change your outlook on what do you want to hear from the president tonight?
You know, I kind of feel like it's election night. Like this is almost as big. There's so much energy going on. You know, it's like, oh, come on, let's see what's going to happen. I think he's going to be great. I think he's one of the best speakers that we've ever seen in the White House. I know everyone likes to talk about Obama. I think Trump's a great speaker. Whether you like what he says or not, he delivers it great. And I think he's going to have a great night. And I think he's going to have a little of that. All right, Dad's had enough. Everyone listen up, sort of thing.
Yeah. Let's go out to David Zier. He's got another great American patriot here at the America First warehouse. Mr. Zier, who do you have with you?
I have Sharon here. She lives in New York City, in Corona, Queens, right?
Yes, exactly.
So Corona, Queens, right, has a lot of high crime. You still have open-air prostitution over there?
Yes, well, there's still prostitution there, yeah.
Okay, so you're under a Mamdani administration. You got inflationary pressures in Queens. One, do you feel safe over there? And two, what are some of the issues you have to deal with inflation-wise?
Well, because a lot of people who is using the food stamp and the WIC, so the food cost there is higher than other places. Yeah.
See a lot of people abusing the system?
Kind of.
Yeah. All right. And you have another story. Your family came here from Taiwan. Yes. Right, free China, right? Because your family feared a Chinese invasion. You still think that is a threat. Tell us why, and tell us about what's going on really quick and Trump with foreign policy.
Okay, China never gave out to invade Taiwan since 1950s. So since I was very little, and while we are in elementary school and we have to practice all the kind of stuff. Yeah, so even right now, okay, the China they are still exercising. They do the military exercise.
So
near Taiwan nearby. Yeah.
Yeah, and Taiwan and communist China is upset that Taiwan's doing so much business with Southeast Asia and everything. You think that physical threat is still imminent, or can they do it politically? You think a physical threat is in the works?
Well, I don't think they want to do it politically. Yeah, I think, because if you see they have been sending like 55,000 the ship near Taiwan, a patrol for the past few years, and since 2013, and they have sent the aircraft, across the line and even circle Taiwan. Yeah, from the beginning is like 6 times a day. Right now it's 38 times a day.
Do you think Trump's foreign policy is effective? Are you comfortable with him in office?
Well, I strongly support Trump. Well, I do his volunteer work since 2020, and I vote for him. And I've been to the Washington D.C. several times, and even to the J6. Then, right. Yes, I was part of J6.
Oh, okay. Well, that's the story on the ground. Immigrants come here from communist countries. She came from free China, but she's seen it. Jimmy Lai's daughter will be at the State of the Union tonight, Damon, and should be, an interesting night, and we'll hear what Trump has to say on foreign policy.
All right, very good. David Zier here at the America First warehouse. We are live on all socials for Real America's Voice, and of course on live from Studio 6B at LFS 6B. Welcome on in, everybody. Now that we have some time, I want to get to the chat as well and see what the people want to hear from the president. So if you're in the chat, wherever you're watching, X, Rumble, YouTube, wherever you're watching us on social media, let us know what's your top issue tonight. What do you want to hear from the president tonight? Should he be talking about, he's obviously going to talk about it all, but what do you want to hear about? Is it the economy? Is it affordability? Is it what's going on around the world? Is it something else? Will there be any surprises tonight? We know the boys from the U.S. hockey team are going to be there. We saw them in the Oval Office before, that iconic picture that's already out there. Boy, the liberals and the writers, the sports writers, who have just,
disgusting.
They wrecked the greatest thing.
They really have figured out how to, they're just so unhinged, Slick. Some of the way they've written about this, it's just unbelievable.
It's a golden meltdown. Unbelievable.
We've got, do we have, Aaron, I don't know I can't see what's going out the program. Do we have a live shot of the hall there? It looks like some members are getting ready to come in. Maybe it looks like there we go. So it looks like maybe the SCOTUS is about to come in. So we'll keep this live. We'll take all of the entrances, of course, including the President of the United States. Hopefully we can get some audio up as well for the Mr. Speaker, of course, which is always an iconic moment, all these State of the Unions. But
from Utah, Mr. Moore.
Okay, here we go.
From Indiana, Mrs.
Roll call.
There's the Speaker of the House.
Mr. Hearn. Gentleman from New York, Mr. Jeffries. The gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar.
All right, well, they have their own roll call going on now, so we'll keep that down for a second. You can keep it slightly in the background if you want, Fran. Delgado, anything that's changed so far in the coverage in your mind and what the president's going to use this night to do?
No, I think our coverage is awesome, Damon. I think we're all doing a great job, and I hope that extends to the president and what he brings to the table tonight. Because I think a lot of this stuff needs to be reframed, right? Because he let's face it, he's battling the petulant Democrat crybabies on the left. He's battling the media, which never will cut him a break, and he's battling some in his own party, unfortunately. So he's got a lot of people to kind of turn on their heads. But I feel like he's going to be stepping up and doing it, and he's going to give us things to look forward to. And I hope he focuses also not only in the economy you mentioned about buying houses, but also about the 250th anniversary of this country, because that's coming up. Yeah. And there's a lot of great things that are planned. A lot of that stuff. Let's face it, it's perception, right? A lot of times, you're looking at the economy, it's the perception. Do you feel like things are going good? Are you starting to see things? You see gas coming down. Obviously, when gas comes down, energy prices come down. That means more money is in your pocket for other things that maybe you had to take a pass on before. And if he can focus on that and talk about how the energy prices really are kind of, it's a ripple effect across the entire economy, I think people start to also notice that as well. So I think with that kind of stuff and a positive outlook for the future in terms of the younger generation, I think this could be a huge night for the president.
All right, very good. We have a live shot here on the floor, obviously, where the president will arrive. Let's take it full, Aaron, so I can see who's arriving. Maybe some in don't recognize.
Oh, no, that's not her.
Okay. Yeah, so we'll keep this live. Anybody, obviously we're going to have SCOTUS here at some point.
A lot of harumps going on in there.
Harumph.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, let's see here. It's, what is it, about 7 minutes till the top of the hour. The president, of course, should enter right around 8:58 or so, make his way down. Always interesting to watch the president arrive to these things and who he shakes hands with. A lot of empty seats supposedly going to be to the president's right, which of course be the Democratic side of the hall.
Well, empty seat, empty suit, same thing, right?
Left
suits,
out.
Empty heads,
yeah,
exactly.
Empty seats.
Left out.
I saw somebody say they should fill those seats with pictures of all of the violent criminals that they've deported with a list of the crimes they committed while they were here stuck on the seat. I thought that was a pretty good idea.
I like that.
They should just put the criminals right there on the Democratic side. They fit right in.
Isn't that the Democratic side?
Just
couldn't tell the difference.
Bring the Maryland man to sit down next to him.
Who's who?
She had a limo ride home with AOC.
Right.
Let me get to some of the chat.
She'll give the
I
directions
asked,
verbally.
what you want to see. And I saw a couple good ones here. One Patriot Deb said, I want to hear the DOJ is going to be made functional and there will be indictments, arrest, trials, and jail. I doubt that that's something the president's going to get into at the State of the Union. And a lot of people would argue with you that the DOJ has been extremely functional, maybe not on the topics that everybody is focused on. Let's see what else. Mallory Klondike says, what a week in politics. Oh, here we go.
Here you go. I was just about to ask if they were there yet.
All right, let's take this in. It's interesting. Interesting theater here. Chief Justice John Roberts.
Who is right?
There he is. No. 2, 3, 4. 4. Interesting. Or Kavanaugh's there too. Is that 5? Okay. I don't see Justice Thomas. I don't see Justice Alito. All right. So the Supreme Court has, the justices have taken their seats. So it should not be long now. The president's cabinet, I believe, will be next.
Now, Justice Alito, Thomas, and who was the third one that
so Thomas,
dissented?
Alito, Gorsuch are all not there, and then obviously the three The three libs are not there. Obviously, Kagan.
No, Kagan I saw.
Oh, was she there?
Yeah.
She's one of the four?
She's one of the five, I believe. There she is, right next to Gorsuch, and next to Roberts.
Oh, there she is.
That's Amy Coney Barrett.
No.
No, it's not.
No. She's on the end. Coney Barrett's on
Amy
the end.
Coney Barrett's on
Right
the
there.
end.
There she is, right there.
She's in
you got it.
between those
Okay. So Chief Justice Roberts, Justice Kagan, Justice Kavanaugh, and Justice Barrett. All right. Like I said, I think the president's cabinet will be next, and then there should be the president himself. The vice president and Speaker Johnson are already seated. Let's get back to the chat while we wait. Karen Rosso says, definitely want to hear about affordability. Utility companies need to lower prices in New York. My electric and gas bill is through the roof.
Yep.
LC Wiles on Facebook says Trump needs to know that AI facilities paying their own power is great as opposed to taxpayers. But in Indiana, we do care about water, wildlife, and environment. Business deals don't replace drinking water and our land.
Well, for the person who's complaining about energy prices in New York, you've got a chance to change that. Vote for Bruce Blakeman.
Yes, that was Jane, one of the guest speakers who mentioned that with the daughter from High Point. Yes, you're right. And
Laura.
Bruce is
there's
running
the,
heavy on that.
Yep.
There's the second lady of the United States, I believe. Isn't that Usha
Yes.
Vance right there? Yep.
Yes.
Laura Joey Zona says, end property taxes for seniors who own their homes. Of course, you'd have to move to Florida right now, seemingly for that, as they're trying to push that through there. It's already passed, I believe, out of the House. It's about 8:58. So again, I think the president's cabinet should be the next entries into the hall, and then the president himself, I believe.
There you go.
There's the first lady,
Melania,
looking magnificent as always.
As always.
Barron.
She's always dressed perfectly. It's the perfectly smart suit for the occasion. She just knows exactly what she's doing.
The Trump family. I see Ivanka there. I'm sure Don Jr. and Eric are there as well. Boy, Barron's growing up fast.
He's got the future president look on him, doesn't he?
He does. He certainly does.
He's 6'9".
He's got broad shoulders too, boy.
Wow.
Wow, that's insane.
He's only 1 inch taller than me and you, Delgado.
All right, here you go.
Makes us look 1 foot shorter.
There's the call for the president's cabinet. Secretary Rubio, Secretary Bessent leading the way.
Marco's doing a great job.
Secretary Hegseth right behind them.
What a cabinet it has been.
Marco's been fabulous.
These two in the front have been outstanding. Way better than I expected.
Yeah, they really have. Oh, it's Kennedy.
Marco's holding up the line. Everybody wants to talk to him.
Well, he's the gatekeeper to commerce and business, that's for certain.
By the way, I've seen a lot more discussion, by the way, since we had the discussion, what was it, a week or two ago, about does the 28 ticket ever flip from Vance Rubio to Rubio Vance? I've seen a lot.
I see that coming.
I've seen that. I've seen a lot more of that.
When I saw him speak at that 62nd Munich conference, he was so eloquent. It was almost like poetic the way he framed it. We saw him also around Christmas and the Charlie Kirk thing where he spoke to Jesus and the Lord, and he spoke with such grace and elegance. I mean, he's fearless on interviews, and he's fully armed with facts. His recall is fantastic. I don't know, man. He's making a case for it.
And according to J.D. Vance, he's the funniest member of the cabinet. Makes everybody laugh.
Yeah, well, maybe Vance would be better in that second seat still.
So, Delgado, when we were talking to, I think it was, I don't know if it was Solomon or was it Neil McCabe? I think it was Neil McCabe that said legislatively, your real legislative calendar starts tonight through basically July 4th.
Yeah.
And I was wondering, again, you hold the position that the midterms right now, it's too early to care. I disagree with that for many reasons. And one of them is what he brought up as far as the legislative calendar. It's going to be interesting to hear from the president tonight if he has now reconsidered using reconciliation again for these, what we hear are coming as a more proposal for tax cuts. Because I could not figure out why they didn't want to use reconciliation anymore. They've only used it once for the bill. But now it sounds like maybe that he has reconsidered and they'll think about using it again to introduce new tax cuts or to try to get something through on tax cuts. Does the calendar change your mind at all that it's too early? You're really talking about a compressed calendar.
No, it doesn't change at all because most people are not going to make their decisions just yet. They just won't. They're not going to think about it. They've got lives to live. They've got things to do. They've got vacations coming up. They got summer coming up. They got their kids to worry about. When it comes time for the midterm election, right around August is when it's really going to heat up. That's when you need to have the wind at your back and everything clicking on all cylinders, and people go, oh, this is great right now. Yes, I want to keep this going. And if he's got people who are running for the Senate and for the House that will promise to keep that going, if it's going well, they should be able to do fairly well when it comes down to the midterms.
Yeah,
and again, I'm talking because
you have to message now. You have to legislate now. You have to put the wheels in motion now. You have to work on your turnout, your ground game. All that has to be happening now. It can't be happening starting in August.
No. I'm talking about when you need to focus on getting those people animated and ready to vote. If you think you're going to win the midterms now, you're mistaken because all of that you will invariably get tired.
Okay,
Something doesn't
if you can't
go
win
right.
them now, can you lose them now?
You can lose. Oh yeah, of course you can lose it now.
Okay,
but you can't. It's like I said, you can't win the World Series in spring training. You can't win the Super Bowl in OTAs. And you know when it comes to winning the midterms. With the way that media is now, with its social media, it's such a big influence, and the networks don't have the power they used to. You can wait.
Well, we know the media is going to come full tilt constantly that he's getting killed.
Right.
Every single outlet, all the algorithms, all of the social influences on the left constantly tell us he has no chance at the midterm. So I do think him getting out on the road, doing his his speeches,
campaign style,
campaign style everywhere is where he's at his strongest, where he froths up the base at its best. But he also needs a great economy because the way he handled the Epstein's files is definitely killing him with moderates. But I just can't see all the investigations we're seeing, all these lids being blown off of so many places, California fraud, all these blue city frauds, and then all of the information in the Epstein files coming out. I really see something big coming up. Otherwise, he might be in a little bit of trouble, but without a great economy.
Right.
Before we get to Kevin Downey Jr., we'll get to Slick as well, see how they're feeling about the night. Let me talk to you about one of our great sponsors here for a social media stream, and that, of course, is Trump Tumblr. It's a special product release to announce to Real America's Voice viewers tonight in support of the State of the Union. You may have heard us talk about the tumblers that have now hit viral status in America. The Tumblr line from TrumpTumblr.com. Trump Tumblr, all one word, .com. Today's the official release for this brand new red MAGA Trump Tumbler. And for only $10 for a limited time, you can get this for this promotion. The red Trump Tumbler is a stylish and functional daily beverage tumbler that is forged with food-safe stainless steel that makes it super light and durable at the same time. Don't miss your chance to claim your very own limited edition MAGA red Trump Tumbler today for just $10. You're not going to find a deal like this anywhere else, because it was created solely for tonight's State of the Union. Don't wait. They're going to sell out. Head over to TrumpTumblr.com right now. TrumpTumblr, all one word, .com, and secure your red Trump Tumbler today. And we want to thank Trump Tumbler for being a proud sponsor of our State of the Union stream here tonight as the President's Cabinet is coming in, making their hellos. They'll make their way to the seats, get everybody seated, and then, of course, we should hear the Mr. Speaker announcement. The President of the United States here any moment. We will keep an eye on that. KDJ, what are your thoughts as we hit 6 minutes past the hour of 9?
I think he's going to kill it. He always does. I've never seen him have a bad set, as we say in comedy. I think he's going to do great. And I think that the left is going to be clowned themselves by not standing when they should stand. And
Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States.
All right. We'll let you take it in here for a little bit as the President makes his entrance.
Man, he just never shows any nerves whatsoever.
Showtime.
Mr. President.
I'm trying to keep him on time.
This is Trump time. Who cares?
I'm gonna try a selfie.
Anything can wait.
This guy needs a selfie.
Come on. Takes the time for everybody. That's who he is. Look at him. Oh, here we go, Big D.
I think I see some signs in the back, some protest.
Okay, there you go. Extremely cordial. General Raisin Cane with the president there. What's going through his mind tonight? Of course, I'm sure that the commander of the Joint Chiefs and the president have a lot on their mind tonight.
I didn't recognize him with pants on.
Shook his hand. Yeah, no hoodie. There you go.
He's doing the Saturday Night Live intro. You walk out, point at people.
Go get him. Rousing audience.
He's just soaking it in, isn't he?
Even Harry doesn't get that kind of a reaction when he walks in a room.
Members of Congress, I have the high privilege and distinct honor of presenting to you the President of the United States.
Show the hockey team.
Hockey game might break out, right?
Well, thank you very much, everybody. It's really an honor. Speaker Johnson, Vice President Vance, First Lady of the United States. Second Lady of the United States. Members of Congress and my fellow Americans, our nation is back, bigger, better, richer, and stronger than ever before. Less than 5 months from now, our country will celebrate an epic milestone in American history, the 250th anniversary of our glorious American independence. This July 4th, we will mark 2.5 centuries of liberty and triumph, progress and freedom in the most incredible and exceptional nation ever to exist on the face of the earth. And you've seen nothing yet. We're going to do better and better and better. This is the golden age of America. When I last spoke in this chamber 12 months ago, I had just inherited a nation in crisis with a stagnant economy, inflation at record levels, a wide open border, horrendous recruitment for military and police, rampant crime at home, and wars and chaos all over the world. But tonight, after just 1 year, I can say with dignity and pride that we have achieved a transformation like no one has ever seen before, and a turnaround for the ages. It is indeed a turnaround for the ages.
This guy. Boo! Boo!
And we will never go back to where we were just a very short time ago. We're not going back.
Long.
Today our border is secure.
There he goes, Al Green, of course. The cane wandering wizard.
Today our border is secure. Our spirit is restored. Inflation is plummeting. Incomes are rising fast. The roaring economy is roaring like never before. And our enemies are scared. Our military and police are stacked. And America is respected again, perhaps like never before. after 4 years in which millions and millions of illegal aliens poured across our borders, totally unvetted and unchecked, we now have the strongest and most secure border in American history by far. In the past 9 months, 0 illegal aliens have been admitted to the United States. But we will always allow people to come in legally, people that will love our country and will work hard to maintain our country. The flow of deadly fentanyl across our border is down by a record 56% in 1 year. And last year, the murder rate saw its single largest decline in recorded history. This is the biggest decline, think of it, in recorded history, the lowest number in over 125 years, year 1900. In fact, substantially before my wonderful father, I had a wonderful father, Fred, before he was born, substantially before he was born. That's a long time ago. He wouldn't like me to say that, but that's a long time ago. The Biden administration and its allies in Congress gave us the worst inflation in the history of our country. But in 12 months, my administration has driven core inflation down to the lowest level in more than 5 years. And in the last 3 months of 2025, it was down to 1.7%. Gasoline, which reached a peak of over $6 a gallon in some states under my predecessor, it was quite honestly a disaster, is now below $2.30 a gallon in most states, and in some places, $1.99 a gallon. And when I visited the great state of Iowa just a few weeks ago, I even saw $1.85 a gallon for gasoline. Mortgage rates are the lowest in 4 years and falling fast, and the annual cost of a typical new mortgage is down almost $5,000 just since I took office. 1 year. And low interest rates will solve the Biden-created housing problem while at the same time protecting the values of those people who already own a house that really feel rich for the first time in their lives. We want to protect those values. We want to keep those values up. We're going to do both. And we are going to keep it that way. The stock market has set 53 all-time record highs since the election. Think of that, 1 year. Boosting pensions, 401ks, and retirement accounts for the millions and millions of Americans. They're all gaining. Everybody's up, way up. In 4 long years, the last administration got less than $1 trillion in new investment in the United States. And when I say less, substantially less. In 12 months, I secured commitments for more than $18 trillion pouring in from all over the globe.
How do you
cope?
How do you keep home prices for homeowners
Think of it,
high,
much less than $1 trillion
but make it more
for 4
affordable
years
for first-time
versus
buyers at the same
much more
time?
than $18 trillion for 1 year. What a difference a president makes.
I don't know.
I got an idea, though.
A short time ago, we were a dead country. Now we are the hottest country anywhere in the world. The hottest.
Amen.
As thousands of new businesses are forming and factories, plants, and laboratories are being built, we have added 70,000 new construction jobs in just a very short period of time. It's getting bigger and bigger and stronger. Nobody can believe what they're watching. American oil production is up by more than 600,000 barrels a day, and we just received from our new friend and partner, Venezuela, more than 80 million barrels of oil. American natural gas production is at an all-time high because I kept my promise to drill, baby, drill. More Americans are working today than at any time in the history of our country. Think about that. Any time in the history of our country, more working today. And 100% of all jobs created under my administration have been in the private sector. We ended DEI in America. We cut a record number of job-killing regulations, and in 1 year we have lifted 2.4 million Americans, a record, off of food stamps. And for all of these reasons, I say tonight, members of Congress, the state of our union is strong. Our country is winning again. In fact, we're winning so much that we really don't know what to do about it. People are asking me, please, 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 Mr. President, we're winning too much. We can't take it anymore. We're not used to winning in our country. Until you came along, we're just always losing, but now we're winning too much. And I say, no, 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 you're going to win again. You're going to win big. You're going to win bigger than ever. And to prove that point, here with us tonight is a group of winners who just made the entire nation proud. The men's gold medal Olympic hockey team. Come on in.
Ah, nice. Look at that.
They
have their own entrance.
Come on the
their own
podium.
entrance. Love it.
Look at this.
It's going to do a Mike Ruzioni moment. Paul, it's
Let's
gonna
go
be a
full,
Ruzioni.
Aaron.
Bring him in.
Here's Connor Hellebuck.
New Secretary of Defense.
I like that.
I like that too. Nice.
Charlie McAvoy.
Wow. Magic in Milan.
There's my boy Tage Thompson.
Wow. So young, right? Cracks me up.
Go ahead. They do.
Unbelievable. That's
Look
gold.
at the Hughes boys. I love it.
What a moment.
That's the first time I've ever seen them get up. And actually, not all of them did get up. But they beat a fantastic Canadian team in overtime, as everybody saw, as did the American women who will soon be coming to the White House.
Oh, okay.
That's great. You know, anybody who thinks he's doing this as a stunt doesn't know what a sport he really is. He loves his sports. You've said it a million times.
Million
Slick.
times. He loves his sports. He owned his own professional franchise. He knows. He knows what it takes.
They were in the Oval Office before, and I just want to say a second day, but I have to say that, and I told them this, and we took a vote of the team. I said, anybody votes no, I'm not doing it. So they stood there, and they weren't about to say no, because I'd never seen a goaltender play as well as goalie Connor Hellebuck.
Oh, baby. Unbelievable.
Incredible. He has to fly to Vancouver tomorrow night.
Think of it, 46 shots on goal, and I asked him, the one shot, the one where you put your stick in the back and it hit the neck of your stick and bounced off. You practiced that, or was that a little lucky? He refused to answer that question. But I just want to tell you that the members of this great hockey squad will be very happy to hear, based on their vote and my vote, and in this case my vote was more important, that I will soon be presenting Connor with our highest civilian honor, which we will be given, and which has been given to many athletes over the years. But when I say many, not too many, like 12.
Wow.
It's called the highest civilian honor in our country, the Presidential Medal of Freedom.
Wow. There you go. There's your first surprise of the night.
Wow. That's huge. Huge. The puck stops here.
Great athletes have gotten that, very great, the best, and I thought he deserved it. And I did take a vote, every single one of them. I said, I'm not giving it if anybody goes no, and every single one of them rapidly put up their hand. So I want to thank you all. What a special job you did. What special champions you are. Thank you very much. I'm also pleased to say that the next time the Olympic torch is lit, it will be here in America for the 2028 Olympics, and it's the summer version right in Los Angeles. We're going to do a good job in Los Angeles. And Los Angeles is going to be safe, just like Washington, D.C. is now one of the safest cities in the country. And this year, and I must say I got them both. I got them in the first term, and I was disappointed because I didn't think I'd be the president when this happened. But strange things took place. And now I got them because I got the Olympics, I got the 2026 FIFA World Cup, and I wanted to claim the 250th, but I didn't get away with that one. I couldn't claim that one for myself. But we're getting the World Cup, so we have the World Cup and the Olympics coming, and that is exciting news.
Wow.
So this will be a year to celebrate our country and the heroes who have kept it free. Men like Buddy Taggart. At age 17, Buddy volunteered to defend America in World War II, serving in the Pacific under the great General Douglas MacArthur. He fought bravely in the famous Battle of Manila, worked so hard. He was badly wounded and almost killed by enemy machine guns in Luzon. And 81 years ago this month, he liberated the largest internment camp in the Philippines, one of the largest anywhere in the world. But he earned many honors, including a Purple Heart and a Bronze Star, came home, started a family, and tonight he is in the gallery looking forward to July 4th, 2026, his 100th birthday.
Wow.
He was great for 99, right? He looks great.
So, Buddy, you're a brave man, and we salute you. Even in times of challenge, setback, and immense heartache, the spirit of 1776 has always shone through very brightly. It was July 4th of last year when floodwaters tore through a girls' summer camp in Central Texas, one of the worst things I've ever seen. I was there, rising 26 feet in the matter of minutes, tragically claiming many, many lives. You all remember that one. As the waters threatened to sweep her away, 11-year-old Millie Kate McClelland closed her eyes and prayed to God. She thought she was going to die. Those prayers were answered when Coast Guard rescue swimmer Scott Ruskin descended from a helicopter above. Nobody knew where he came from. It was Scott's first ever rescue mission, young guy, but very brave, very, very top, always top in his class, and he lifted not just Billy Kate, but 164 others to safety.
Wow. Full screen.
People watched Scott from a distance, and they couldn't believe what they were seeing. The winds were blowing, the rain was pouring, everything was going, and that rapid water, nobody's ever seen anything like it. They said, wow, that's something. Tonight, Scott and Millie Kate are here together, reunited, for the very first time. Thank you, Scott, Millie Kate.
That's amazing. That's a hero.
And Petty Officer Ruskin, I'm pleased to inform you that I am now awarding you the Legion of Merit for extraordinary heroism, which is what it was, extraordinary heroism. Thank you.
Deserves it.
And I'd like to have the military aide to please come down.
He had more saves
and
than
take care of the
Hellebuck,
service.
right?
Military aid. Thank you very much. Take care of that very important service.
That's funny.
Thank you very much. From 1776 to today, every generation of Americans has stepped forward to defend life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And they're really doing it for the next generation. But now it's our turn. Together we're building a nation where every child has the chance to reach higher and go further, where government answers to the people, not the powerful, and where the interests of hardworking American citizens are always our first and ultimate concern. That is the debt we owe to the heroes who came before us, and that is the promise we must keep to America for our 250th year. Last year, I urged this Congress to begin the mission by passing the largest tax cuts in American history, and our Republican majorities delivered so beautifully. Thank you, Republicans. All Democrats, every single one of them, voted against these really important and very necessary massive tax cuts. They wanted large-scale tax increases to hurt the people instead. But we held strong, and with the great, big, beautiful bill, we gave you no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors.
Chucky's in love.
And we also made interest on auto loans tax deductible the first time, but only if the car is made in America.
Attaboy.
Recently in Pennsylvania, I met Megan Hemhauser, a devoted mom who's homeschools her children, beautiful, 2 children, during the day while waiting tables at night as her husband works overtime operating very heavy equipment. Megan is here this evening, and she's happy to tell you that she is so much richer because with no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and her expanded child tax credit done again by Republicans, Megan and her husband will take home more than $5,000 extra just for the year, cutting her tax bill in more than half. Megan, please stand up. We're fighting for you, Megan. Thank you, Megan. We're fighting for you, Megan. Under our bill, parents like Megan can also activate their children's brand new Trump accounts. And I didn't name it. I did not name it.
I'm sure he didn't. It just so happened to be his name.
Nobody believes me, but I did not name it. It was named by a very tall man sitting right there in the third row. Nice man, a good man. Tax-free investment accounts for every American child. This is something that's so special and has taken off and gone through the roof. Millions will be pre-funded courtesy of the U.S. Treasury and private individuals like Michael and Susan Dell, who have donated $6.25 billion to fund the Trump accounts for 25 million American children. They're great people. When I asked Michael Dell, how do you make all that money? He said, well, I just sat on my dorm in school, and I made computers, and I'd sell them to people, and I just kept selling and selling and selling, and pretty amazing story. That's called the American dream. He sold a lot of computers, a lot of those laptops, so I congratulate him on that, but I really thank him and Susan, as well as others like Brad Gerstner, a very tremendous guy. He was behind it right from the beginning. Brad Gerstner. Thank you, Brad. So Now, with modest additional contributions, these young people's accounts could grow to over $100,000 or more by the time they turn 18. Think of it. How much money is that for somebody that started with nothing? Over 100,000, could be much more than that. To make this investment in our children's future, go to trumpaccounts.gov, trumpaccounts.gov. And a lot of people are doing it. It's setting every record in the book. It's popular. They knew what it was going to take. So proud of them. I'm so proud of the people that got it started. And now it's just taken off. One of the primary reasons for our country's stunning economic turnaround, the biggest in history, where the Dow Jones broke 50,000 4 years ahead of schedule, and the S&P hit 7,000, where it wasn't supposed to do it for many years, were tariffs. I used these tariffs, took in hundreds of billions of dollars to make great deals for our country, both economically and on a national security basis. Everything was working well. Countries that were ripping us off for decades are now paying us hundreds of billions of dollars. They were ripping us so badly, you all know that. Everybody knows it. Even the Democrats know it. They just don't want to say it. And yet these countries are now happy, and so are we. We made deals. The deals are all done. And they're happy. They're not making money like they used to, but we're making a lot of money. There was no inflation, tremendous growth, and the big story was how Donald Trump called the economy correctly, and 22 Nobel Prize winners in economics didn't. They got it totally wrong. They got it really wrong. And then just 4 days ago, an unfortunate ruling from the United States Supreme Court. It just came down. It came down. Very unfortunate ruling. But the good news is that almost all countries and corporations want to keep the deal that they already made, right, Scott? Knowing that the legal power that I, as president, have to make a new deal could be far worse for them, and therefore they will continue to work along the same successful path that we had negotiated before the Supreme Court's unfortunate involvement. So despite the disappointing ruling, these powerful country saving, it's saving our country, the kind of money we're taking in, peace protecting. Many of the wars I settled was because of the threat of tariffs. I wouldn't have been able to settle them without. Will remain in place under fully approved and tested alternative legal statutes. And they have been tested for a long time. They're a little more complex, but they're actually probably better, leading to a solution that will be even stronger than before. Congressional action will not be necessary. It's already time-tested and approved. And as time goes by, I believe the tariffs paid for by foreign countries will, like in the past, substantially replace the modern-day system of income tax, taking a great financial burden off the people that I love.
How is it we're $38 trillion in debt? We can't get an audio technician to work in government that knows what they're doing. The audio coming out of the House is ridiculously bad. Just so the audience knows,
factories,
that's coming
jobs,
from them,
investment,
not us.
And trillions of dollars will continue pouring into the United States of America because we finally have a president who puts America first. Put America first. For decades before I came along, we had the exact opposite. From trade to healthcare, from energy to immigration, everything was stolen and rigged in order to drain the wealth out of the productive, hardworking people who make our country great, who make our country run. Under Biden and his corrupt partners in Congress and beyond, it reached a breaking point with the Green New Scam, open borders for everyone. They poured in by the millions and millions from prisons, from mental institutions. There were murders, 11,888 murders. They came into our country. You allowed that to happen. And record-setting inflation that cost the typical family $34,000 in just a speck of time. Now the same people in this chamber who voted for those disasters suddenly use the word affordability, a word They just used it. Somebody gave it to them, knowing full well that they caused and created the increased prices that all of our citizens had to endure. You caused that problem. You caused that problem. They knew their statements were a lie. They knew it. They knew their statements were a dirty, rotten lie. Their policies created the high prices. Our policies are rapidly ending them. We are doing really well. Those prices are plummeting downward.
Who peed in our soup?
Let's have a beer, honey.
60%.
Look like they're both sitting on the bowl.
The cost of chicken, butter, fruit, hotels, automobiles, rent is lower today than when I took office by a lot. And even beef, which was very high, is starting to come down significantly. Just hold on a little while. We're getting it down. And soon you will see numbers that few people would think were possible to achieve just a short time ago. Nobody can believe when they see the kind of numbers, especially energy, when they see energy going down to numbers like that, they cannot believe it. It's like another big tax cut. I'm also confronting one of the biggest ripoffs of our times, the crushing cost of health care caused by you. Since the passage of the Unaffordable Care Act, sometimes referred to as Obamacare, big insurance companies have gotten rich. It's meant for the insurance companies, not for the people. With our government giving them hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars a year as their stock prices soared 1,000, 1,200, 1,400, and even 1,700%, like nothing else. That's why I introduced the great health care plan. I want to stop all payments to big insurance companies and instead give that money directly to the people so they can buy their own health care, which will be better health care at a much lower cost.
Raphael.
Time to go.
In addition, my plan requires maximum price transparency. That's a big deal. Sounds so simple, so big.
I just wonder how liberals will find a way to hate that.
And I did that in my first term, and
Fine.
the
They will.
Democrats immediately
Hate what?
terminated it.
What he's talking about.
With full knowledge
The
that they
healthcare.
were doing a very bad thing for the people. Of course, we're going to go way
They
up,
will.
and that's what happened. And now I'm bringing them way down on health care and everything else. I'm also ending the wildly inflated cost of prescription drugs like has never happened before.
Where's Bernie? Cut to the shot of Bernie Sanders. Go. Oh, no. I was close.
My
donors
hate
tried
this.
to do it,
Check his pulse.
but they never could. We tried. Most didn't try, actually.
Past his
But they
bedtime.
tried. They said they tried. They couldn't do it. They didn't even come close. They were all talk and no action. But I got it done. Under my just enacted most favored nation agreements, Americans who have for decades paid by far the highest prices of any nation anywhere in the world for prescription drugs will now pay the lowest price anywhere in the world for drugs. Anywhere. The lowest price.
I can't believe this audio. I cannot believe this audio.
So in my first year of the second term, should be my third term, but strange things happen. I took prescription drugs, a very big part of healthcare, from the highest price in the entire world to the lowest. That's a big achievement. The result is price differences of 300, 400, 500, 600% and more, all available right now at a new website called TrumpRx.gov. And I didn't name that one either, by the way. Of course. And here tonight is the very first customer ever to get that big discount, and it is big. Catherine Rayner. For 5 years, she and her husband have struggled with infertility, and they turned to IVF. One drug has been costing Catherine $4,000 to purchase. But a few weeks ago, she logged onto the Trump RX website and got that same drug that cost $4,000, got it for under $500, a reduction of much more, actually, than $3,500. Catherine, we are all praying for you, and you're going to be a great mom. So now I'm calling on Congress to codify my most favored nation program into law. Now, the one thing, I'm not sure it matters because it's going to be very hard for somebody that comes along after me to say, let's raise drug prices by 700 or 800%. But John and Mike, if you don't mind, codify it anyway. They may do it.
Mike, do something.
Anyway. Thank you. Many Americans are also concerned that energy demand from AI data centers could unfairly drive up their electric utility bills. Tonight, I'm pleased to announce that I have negotiated the new Ratepayer Protection Pledge. You know what that is? We're telling the major tech companies that they have the obligation to provide for their own power needs. They can build their own power plants as part of their factory so that no one's prices will go up. And in many cases, prices of electricity will go down for the community, and very substantially down. This is a unique strategy never used in this country before. We have an old grid. It could never handle the kind of numbers, the amount of electricity that's needed. So I'm telling them they can build their own plant. They're going to produce their own electricity. It will ensure the company's ability to get electricity while at the same time lowering prices of electricity for you, and could be very substantial for all of you cities and towns. You're going to see some good things happen over the next number of years. Another pillar of the American dream that has been under attack is home ownership. With us tonight is Rachel Wiggins, a mom of two from Houston. She placed bids on 20 homes and lost all of those bids to gigantic investment firms that bypassed inspection, paid all cash, and turned those houses into rentals, stealing away her American dream. She was devastated. Stories like this are why last month I signed executive order to ban large Wall Street investment firms from buying up in the thousands single-family homes.
Oh, we got some Dems up on this one. Nice. They're all five from this spot.
And now I'm asking Congress to make that ban permanent, because homes for people, really, that's what we want. We want homes for people, not for corporations. Corporations are doing just fine. Rachel, thank you very much. Good luck with your home. You'll get one soon. We're also working to make it easier for Americans to save for retirement. And under this administration, we will always protect Social Security and Medicare. They are not protecting it for our seniors. We will always protect Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. Since I took office, the typical 401k balance is up by at least $30,000. That's a lot of money. We have millions and millions of people, because the stock market has done so well, setting all those records. Your 401ks are way up. Yet half of all of working Americans still do not have access to a retirement plan with matching contributions from an employer. To remedy this gross disparity, I'm announcing that next year my administration will give these oft-forgotten American workers, great people, the people that built our country, access to the same type of retirement plan offered to every federal worker. We will match your contribution with up to $1,000 each year. As we ensure that all Americans can profit from a rising stock market, let's also ensure that members of Congress cannot corruptly profit from using insider information.
Ooh. Why is she standing?
Look at how angry she is.
Yeah.
Whoa. They stood up for that. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Did Nancy Pelosi stand up and she was Pass the Stop Insider Trading Act without delay.
Would Pelosi stand up for that? Absolutely not. She'd start screaming, "What am I going to do?"
I wasn't sure if anybody even on this side was going to applaud for that. I'm very impressed. Thank you. I'm very impressed. But when it comes to the corruption that is plundering, it's plundering America. There's been no more stunning example than Minnesota, where members of the Somali community have pillaged an estimated $19 billion from the American taxpayer. Oh, we have all the information. And in actuality, the number is much higher than that. And California, Massachusetts, Maine, and many other states are even worse. This is the kind of corruption that shreds the fabric of a nation, and we are working on it like you wouldn't believe. So tonight, although started 4 months ago, I am officially announcing the war on fraud to be led by our great Vice President, J.D. Vance.
I love that they show Ilhan Omar when talking about fraud.
We'll get it done. And if we're able to find enough of that fraud, we will actually have a balanced budget overnight. It'll go very quickly. That's the kind of money you're talking about. We'll balance our budget.
What?
The Somali pirates who ransacked Minnesota remind us that there are large parts of the world where bribery, corruption, and lawlessness are the norm, not the exception.
Criminal.
Importing these cultures through unrestricted immigration and open borders brings those problems right here to the USA.
Oh, hold their hand.
And it is the American people who pay the price in higher medical bills.
The director
car
here
insurance,
deserves an award.
Rent, taxes, and perhaps most importantly, crime.
Not the audio
We
engineer.
will take care of this problem. We're going to take care of this problem. We are not
classy.
winning games.
There you go.
Classy.
Oh,
Delilah Colvin was only 5 years old in June 2024 when a 18-wheel tractor trailer plowed into her stopped car traveling at 60 miles an hour or more. The driver was an illegal alien let in by Joe Biden and given a commercial driver's license by open borders politicians in California. Doctors said Delilah would never be able to walk or talk, have a good life. She wouldn't even be able to eat again. But against all odds, she is now in the first grade learning to walk. And she's here this evening with her dad, Marcus, a fantastic man. Delilah, please, you are a great inspiration. Please stand up.
Right, here it comes. How dare he have another black person as a prop? Liberal media will lose it on this. A little beauty.
Thank you, Delilah. Many, if not most, illegal aliens do not speak English and cannot read even the most basic road signs as to direction, speed, danger, or location. That's why tonight I'm calling on Congress to pass what we will call the Delilah Law, barring any state from granting commercial driver's licenses to illegal aliens. And yesterday, as you probably saw at the White House, I hosted a ceremony with Americans who lost their treasured loved ones to the scourge of illegal immigration. People came into our country, how we allowed this to happen with our open borders. These are the angel moms and families that for decades our government betrayed and our media totally ignored. It was terrible. Hard to believe, actually. In 2023, a 16-year-old high school cheerleader named Elizabeth Medina was supposed to perform in her town's Christmas parade, but she never arrived. Her mother, Jacqueline, went home to look for her, and she found her lying dead in a bathtub, bleeding profusely after being stabbed 25 times. Elizabeth's killer was a previously arrested illegal alien who had broken in and brutally extinguished the brightest light in her family's life, violently and viciously. Her heartbroken mother is in the gallery to remind everyone in this chamber exactly why we are deporting illegal alien criminals to our country at record numbers, and we're getting them the hell out of here fast. We don't want them.
Get them out.
Thank you very much, Jacqueline. Thank you. We can never forget that many in this room not only allowed the border invasion to happen before I got involved, but indeed they would do it all over again if they ever had the chance. If they ever got elected, they would open up those borders to some of the worst criminals anywhere in the world. The only thing standing between Americans and a wide open border right now is President Donald J. Trump and our great Republican patriots in Congress. Thank you. Thank you.
Not all of them.
As we speak, Democrats in this chamber have cut off all funding for the Department of Homeland Security. It's all cut off. It's all cut off. They have instituted another Democrat shutdown, the first one costing us 2 points on GDP. 2 points we lost on GDP, which probably made them quite happy, actually. Now they have closed the agency responsible for protecting Americans from terrorists and murderers. Tonight I'm demanding the full and immediate restoration of all funding for the border security, homeland security of the United States, and also for helping people clean up their snow. We have no money because of the Democrats, and it would be nice, we'd love to give you a hand at cleaning it up, but you gave no money. Nobody's getting paid. It's a shame. So you have to think about it. We have, in case you didn't know, a pretty large snowstorm out there. One of the great things about the State of the Union is how it gives Americans a chance to see
Sleeping
clearly
Beauty over
what
here.
their representatives really believe.
Hey!
So tonight
Go
I'm
back to
inviting
Glen
every
Cove.
legislator to join with my administration in reaffirming a fundamental principle. If you agree with this statement, then stand up and show your support. The first duty of the American government is to protect American citizens, not illegal aliens.
None of them stand, not one of them stand up, of course. What? He should say it again. Repeat yourself right now again.
Yeah.
I said... Say it one more time.
Wow. What a moment.
I love the fact that he's looking at them. I hope he says it again. I really do.
This guy's a traitor.
Just make him own it.
What a
That's
moment.
it. Wear it.
Keep it going. 10 minutes.
Isn't that a shame? You should be ashamed of yourself not standing up. You should be ashamed of yourself. That is why I'm also asking you to end deadly sanctuary cities that protect the criminals and enact serious penalties for public officials who block the removal of criminal aliens. In many cases, drug lords, murderers all over our country, they're blocking the removal of these people out of our country, and you should be ashamed of yourself. And perhaps most importantly, I'm asking you to approve the Save America Act.
I still can't stand those miserable things.
To stop illegal aliens and others who are unpermitted persons from voting in our sacred American elections. The cheating is rampant in our elections. It's rampant.
They know it.
It's very simple. All voters must show voter ID. All voters must show proof of citizenship in order to vote. No more crooked mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, military, or travel. None. And this should be an easy one. And by the way, it's polling at 89%, including Democrats. 89%. And even the new communist mayor of New York City, I think he's a
the one
nice
from
guy,
Minnesota.
actually. Speak to him a lot. Bad policy, but nice guy. Just said they want people to shovel snow. They got hit hard. Wants them to shovel snow, but if you apply for that job, you need to show 2 original forms of ID and a Social Security card.
True statement.
They want identification for the greatest privilege of them all, voting in America. No, it's not good.
Man, that's
Both
unbelievable.
Republicans and Democrats overwhelmingly agree on
ID,
the
baby.
policy that we just enunciated. And Congress should unite and enact this common sense, country-saving legislation right now, and it should be before anything else happens. And the reason they don't want to do it, why would anybody not want voter ID? One reason, because they want to cheat. There's only one reason. They make up all excuses. They say it's racist. They come up with things. You almost say, what imagination they have. They want to cheat. They have cheated. And their policy is so bad that the only way they can get elected is to cheat. And we're going to stop it. We have to stop it, John.
Little Dick.
And here is one more opportunity to show common sense in government. In the gallery tonight are Sage Blair and her mother, Michelle. In 2021, Sage was 14 when school officials in Virginia sought to socially transition her to a new gender, treating her as a boy and hiding it from her parents. Hard to believe, isn't it?
Unbelievable.
Before long, a confused Sage ran away from home after she was found in a horrific situation in Maryland. A left-wing judge refused to return Sage to her parents because they did not immediately state that their daughter was their son. Sage was thrown into an all-boys state home and suffered terribly for a long time. But today, all of that is behind them because Sage is a proud and wonderful young woman with a full-ride scholarship to Liberty University. Sage and Michelle, please stand up. And thank you for your great bravery. And who can believe that we're even speaking about things like this? 15 years ago, if somebody was up here and said that, they'd say, what's wrong with him? But now we have to say it because it's going on all over numerous states without even telling the parents. But surely we can all agree no state can be allowed to rip children from their parents' arms and transition them to a new gender against the parents' will. Who would believe that we're even talking about this? We must ban it, and we must ban it immediately.
How could everyone not stand up for that?
Look, nobody stands up. These people are crazy, I'm telling you. They're crazy.
Oh, Katie J.
Bang!
Amazing.
Oh, he knows how to pick a fight.
Boy, oh boy.
he's
We're lucky we have a
Queens,
country
Paul.
with people like this. Democrats are destroying our country, but we've stopped it just
Sit
in
down.
the nick of time, didn't we?
They look ridiculous. They really look ridiculous. Ridiculous.
No one cares more about protecting America's youth than our wonderful First Lady. Now a movie star. She's a movie star. Can you believe it? Who would have believed that? Over the past year, she has had an incredible impact championing AI legislation, advancing a landmark executive order on foster care, and helping secure $30 million to launch the Melania Trump Foster Youth to Independence Initiative. It's a tremendous, really a tremendous thing that happened and had a lot of bipartisan support. She gets much better bipartisan support than I do. I get none. She gets a lot. Someday you're going to have to tell me how you did that. And students and educators in every state have joined the First Lady's efforts in the presidential AI challenge, keeping America's next generation positioned to succeed and strongly succeed in the future. Tonight we welcome two young people whose lives reflect the First Lady's impact, Sierra Burns and Everest Nevermont. Thank you both, and Melania, thank you. I know how hard you worked on her. Thank you very much. I'm very proud to say that during my time in office, both the first 4 years and in particular this last year, there has been a tremendous renewal in religion, faith, Christianity, and belief in God.
Amen.
Tremendous renewal.
Amen.
This is especially true among young people, and a big part of that had to do with my great friend, Charlie Kirk, a great guy, great man. So last year, Charlie was violently murdered by an assassin and martyred, really martyred for his beliefs. His wonderful wife, Erica, is with us tonight. Erica, please stand. Thank you, Erica. Been through a lot. In Charlie's memory, we must all come together to reaffirm that America is one nation under God, and we must totally reject political violence of any kind. We love religion, and we love bringing it back, and it's coming back at levels that nobody actually thought possible. It's really a beautiful thing to see. Above all, unleashing America's promise requires keeping our communities safe. We have made incredible strides, yet dangerous repeat offenders continue to be released by pro-crime Democrat politicians again and again. We are honored to be joined tonight by a woman who's been through hell, Anya Zuretska. In 2022, she and her beautiful daughter, so beautiful, what a beautiful young woman, Irina, fled war-torn Ukraine to live with relatives near Charlotte, North Carolina. And by the way, what's going on with Charlotte? Last summer, 23-year-old Irina was riding home on the train when a deranged monster who had been arrested over a dozen times and was released through no cash bail, stood up and viciously slashed a knife through her neck and body. No one will ever forget. There were people on that train. No one will ever forget the expression of terror on Irina's face as she looked up at her attacker in the last seconds of her life. She died instantly. She had escaped a brutal war only to be slain by a hardened criminal, set free to kill in America, came in through open borders. Mrs. Zuretska, tonight I promise you we will ensure justice for your magnificent daughter, Irina. How do you not stand? How do you not stand? I'm asking this Congress to pass tough legislation to ensure that violent and dangerous repeat offenders are put behind bars, and importantly, that they stay there. Starting last summer, I deployed our National Guard and federal law enforcement to restore law and order to our most dangerous cities, including Memphis, Tennessee, big success, New Orleans, Louisiana, big success, and our nation's capital itself, Washington, D.C., where we have almost no crime anymore in Washington, D.C. How did that happen? In fact, crime in Washington is now at the lowest level ever recorded, and murders in D.C. this January were down close to 100% from a year ago. I don't like to hear that. One of the sick people, one of the brave service members who helped achieve this stunning turnaround was 20-year-old West Virginia Army National Guard Specialist Sarah Beckstrom. After a 4-month deployment, she voluntarily extended her service, and her rank was going to be lifted. She was doing so well. They were so proud of her. But the very next day, she was on patrol near the White House when she was ambushed and shot in the head by a terrorist monster from Afghanistan. Shouldn't have been in our country. And all because she wore the uniform of our nation, she was shot. He traveled here because he didn't like people wearing our uniform. He was sick and deranged, shouldn't have been in our country. Sarah Beckstrom died in order to defend our capital, and we are honored to be joined by her wonderful parents, Gary and Evalie. Your daughter was a true American patriot, and she will be greatly missed. She was a great person. I saw reports on her. They've never seen anything like her. So sorry. Thank you very much. A great young lady. I saw reports that were like, perfect. She was perfect. Serving alongside Sarah that day was Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf. The terrorist shot Andrew in the head, and no one thought he could possibly make it. The two of them, Sarah and Andrew, both shot violently in the head. Neither was expected to make it. They weren't even given a chance, except his wonderful mother, named Melody, who I spoke to the same night, and she was so positive. The doctors thought that Andrew was gone, but his mother said, no, Mr. President, Andrew will be fine. He's going to make it. I've never seen anything like it. I mean, he was given almost no chance. She said, I have no doubt, sir, he's going to be okay. This was a conversation that I had with her that night, with her son laying helplessly in bed, blood all over. Everybody is praying, she said, sir, he will be okay. The doctors didn't understand what she was saying, and after looking at the results of the damage done, neither did I. She was so strong and conclusive that even Andrew's great father felt she didn't really understand the gravity of the situation. But she turned out to be right. Right, Melanie? She turned out to be right.
Look at that. Look at that. There's the kid. It's amazing. God is good, boy. God is good. What a miracle. Wow.
Amazing, actually. I said, where does this woman come from? She's the most positive person I've ever met. With God's help, Andrew has battled back from the edge of death, and we're talking about the edge of death, on his way to a miraculous recovery. He's got a little work to do, but he's doing great. Nice to see you. He's a good-looking guy. Nice to see you. Thanks, Andrew. Thank you very much. So, Andrew, while you're up, now I'm going to ask a highly respected General James Seward to present Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf and the great family of Sarah Beckstrom with the award created by our late, great President George Washington himself. It's called the Purple Heart. We love you all. Love you. We're proudly restoring safety for Americans at home, and we are also restoring security for Americans abroad. Our country has never been stronger. My first 10 months, I ended 8 wars, including Cambodia. Isn't it funny? Sick people. Cambodia and Thailand, Pakistan and India would have been a nuclear war. 35 million people said the Prime Minister of Pakistan would have died if it were not for my involvement. Kosovo and Serbia, Israel and Iran, Egypt and Ethiopia, Armenia and Azerbaijan, the Congo and Rwanda, and of course the war in Gaza, which proceeds at a very low level. It's just about there. And I want to thank Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner for your help. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Jared. And I also want to thank the man they report to, Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Thank you, Marco. People don't like you. You know, Marco got 100% of the votes when he was in confirmation. I think our next one was about 54%. And some of the Democrats are now saying, I can't believe we approved that guy. And he said it's an honor that they feel that way, right, Marco? You have done a great job, great Secretary of State. I think he'll go down as the best ever. Under the ceasefire I negotiated, every single hostage, both living and dead, has been returned home. Can you believe that? Nobody thought it was possible. Nobody thought that was possible. Both living and dead, and those parents who had a dead son, their boy, they'd always tell me their boy, they wanted him as much as though he were living. It was an amazing period of time. And they came back, and when we got all of the living hostages back, and many, many before them, but I always said those last 20 are going to be very tough, but we got many, many more, hundreds. But I said those last 20 are going to be tough. We got them back, but we only got back 14 or 15 of the dead, of the 28. And believe it or not, Hamas worked along with Israel, and they dug and they dug and they dug. It's a tough thing to do, going through bodies all over, passing up 100 bodies sometimes for each one that they found. Tough job. And they finally got it back to 27. And then Steve and Jared, they got it back to 28. They found all 28. Nobody thought that was possible, but we did it. And I remember the family of the 28th. They were so grieved, but they were so happy as it's possible to be. They had their boy back. The mother said, "Sir, we have our boy back." What a period of time that was, but we got them all back. So thank you both very much. Great job. And we're working very hard to end the 9th war, the killing and slaughter between Russia and Ukraine, where 25,000 soldiers are dying each and every month. Think of that, 25,000 soldiers are dying a month. A war which would have never happened if I were president, would have never happened. As president, I will make peace wherever I can, but I will never hesitate to confront threats to America wherever we must. That's why in a breakthrough operation last June, The United States military obliterated Iran's nuclear weapons program with an attack on Iranian soil known as Operation Midnight Hammer. For decades, it had been the policy of the United States never to allow Iran to obtain a nuclear weapon. Many decades. Since they seized control of that proud nation 47 years ago, the regime and its murderous proxies have spread nothing but terrorism and death and hate. They've killed and maimed thousands of American service members and hundreds of thousands and even millions of people with what's called roadside bombs. They were the kings of the roadside bomb. And we took out Soleimani. I did that during my first term. Had a huge impact. He was the father of the roadside bomb. And just over the last couple of months with the protests, they've killed at least, it looks like, 32,000 protests. 32,000 protesters in their own country. They shot them and hung them. We stopped them from hanging a lot of them with the threat of serious violence. But this is some terrible people. They've already developed missiles that can threaten Europe and our bases overseas, and they're working to build missiles that will soon reach the United States of America. After Midnight Hammer, they were warned to make no future attempts to rebuild their weapons program, and in particular, nuclear weapons. Yet they continue, starting it all over. We wiped it out, and they want to start all over again, and are at this moment again pursuing their sinister ambitions. We are in negotiations with them. They want to make a deal, but we haven't heard those secret words. We will never have a nuclear weapon. My preference is to solve this problem through diplomacy. But one thing is certain, I will never allow the world's #1 sponsor of terror, which they are by far, to have a nuclear weapon. Can't let that happen. And no nation should ever doubt America's resolve. We have the most powerful military on earth. I rebuilt the military in my first term. We're going to continue to do so. Also, we just approved a $1 trillion budget. We have no choice. We have to be strong, because hopefully we will seldom have to use this great power that we built together. It's really called peace through strength, and it's been very, very effective. So thanks to Republicans in Congress, we're investing that record number of dollars, have no choice, in the United States Armed Forces. Also creating a lot of jobs, but we're not even doing it for that reason. Because as I said, we have more jobs, more people working today than ever before in the history of our country. And NATO countries are friends and allies. They are. They're our friends and they're our allies. Have just agreed, at my very strong request, to pay 5% of GDP for military defense rather than the 2%, which they weren't paying. We were paying for almost all of NATO. Now they're paying 5 as opposed to not paying 2. And getting that 5% was something which everyone said would never be done, could not happen. We got it really easily with one meeting. And big difference between 2% that's not paid. We were paying the freight of many of them. Very few were paid up. now 5%, then they're paid. And everything we send over to Ukraine is sent through NATO, and they pay us in full. They pay us totally in full. Every branch of our armed forces is setting records for recruitment. This is so exciting. And every service member recently. And every service member recently received a warrior dividend of $1,776. You know, they put it on my desk. We got the money from tariffs and other things, a lot of money we have. We have much more money than people understand. Have to rebuild that program a little bit, but it won't take long. But we got the money, and it was $1,775, and they wanted my approval. And I said, what's the number? $1,775. I said, wait a minute, for $1 more we can have $1,776. It's going to... I said, we're going to figure that. I never asked anybody if we could afford it. $1 more, I said $1,776. And I said, that's good. And I'll tell you what, our military, that was 4 months ago, our military, I never see a person in the military that doesn't thank me for it, so we're honored to do it. They deserve it. And we call it 1776. It was great. And we love our military. We love our law enforcement. We love our firemen. You know, the firemen don't get mentioned enough. We love our firemen. We're also... We're also restoring American security and dominance in the Western Hemisphere, acting to secure our national interests and defend our country from violence, drugs, terrorism, and foreign interference. For years, large swaths of territory in our region, including large parts of Mexico, really large parts of Mexico, have been controlled by murderous drug cartels. That's why I designated these cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, and I declared illicit fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction. And with our new military campaign, we have stopped record amounts of drugs coming into our country and virtually stopped it completely coming in by water or sea. You probably noticed that. We very seriously damaged their fishing industry also. Nobody wants to go fishing anymore. We've also taken down one of the most sinister cartel kingpins of all. You saw that yesterday. In January, elite American warriors carried out one of the most complex, spectacular feats of military competence and power in world history. No one's seen anything like it. Foreign leaders, I won't tell you who, called me and they said, very impressive, very impressive. They couldn't believe, they all watched, they saw what happened. This is a different fighting force that we had years ago when we fought to tie. You know, it's a great fighting force. I'm so proud of it. Look at Space Force. Space Force is my baby, because we did that. My baby is becoming so important. And America's armed forces overwhelmed all defenses and utterly defeated an enemy, good fighters, to end the reign of outlaw dictator Nicolas Maduro and bring him to face American justice. And this was an absolutely colossal victory for the security of the United States, and it also opens up a bright new beginning for the people of Venezuela. We're working closely with the new president of Venezuela, Delcy Rodriguez, to unleash extraordinary economic gains for both of our countries and to bring new hope to those who have suffered so terribly. They really did suffer. With us tonight is Alejandro Gonzalez. She grew up in a tight-knit Venezuelan family and was especially close to her beloved uncle Enrique. But after Enrique ran for office and opposed Maduro, he was kidnapped by Maduro's security forces and thrown into the regime's really infamous prison in Caracas. Alejandro feared she would never see her uncle again. She feared for her own life also. But since the raid, we have worked with the new leadership, and they have ordered the closure of that vile prison and released hundreds of political prisoners already, with more to come. Alejandro, I'm pleased to inform you that not only has your uncle been released, but he is here tonight. We brought him over to celebrate his freedom with you in person. Enrique, please come down. Thank you, Enrique. Have a good time. Nice to have you back, Enrique. There were many heroes on that January raid to capture Maduro. Really great heroes. It was very dangerous. They knew we were coming. They were all set. But the deeds of one warrior that night will live forever in the eternal chronicles of military valor. Chief Warrant Officer 5, Eric Slover, planned the mission and was the flight lead in the cockpit of the first helicopter. A big, beautiful, powerful helicopter. It was a massive Chinook carrying, as you can imagine, many, many American warfighters. Wearing the dog tags, his wife Amy had blessed with holy water before he left. She knew it was going to be a rough one. Eric steered the Chinook under the cover of night and descended swiftly upon Maduro's heavily protected military fortress. This was a major military installation, protected by thousands of soldiers and guarded by Russian and Chinese military technology. How did that work out? Not too good? While preparing to land, enemy machine guns fired from every angle, and Eric was hit very badly in the leg and hip, one bullet after another. He absorbed 4 agonizing shots, shredding his leg into numerous pieces. And yet, despite the fact that the use of his legs was vital to successful helicopter flight, legs are the most important part of flying a helicopter, to deliver the many commandos who would capture and detain Maduro was the only thing Eric was thinking about. Then, even as he was gushing blood, which was flowing back down the aisle, helicopter lands at a steep angle. The machine guns stood right in front of him. They were right in front of him, 2 machine gunners who escaped the wrath of the previous planes. Eric maneuvered his helicopter with all of those lives and souls to face the enemy and let his gunners eliminate the threat. Turned the helicopter around so the gunners could take care of business, saving the lives of his fellow warriors from what could have been a catastrophic crash deep in enemy territory. Only after safely landing the helicopter with all the warriors aboard in the exact right spot, which was vital to the mission. We probably would have had to maybe cancel the mission if that didn't happen. Eric told his co-pilot, also wounded, but not as gravely, to take over. I'm about ready to pass out. The success of the entire mission and the lives of his fellow warriors hinge on Eric's ability to take the searing pain. It was unbelievable what's happened to his legs of the bullets and keep on flying and landing, and people knew what was happening. Everybody in the back of the helicopter knew because they saw the blood pouring down the aisle. Chief Warrant Officer Slover is still recovering from his serious wounds, but I'm thrilled to say that he is here tonight with his wife Amy. Eric and Amy, come on in. So we have a surprise for Eric and Amy. In recognition of Eric's actions above and beyond the call of duty, I would now like to ask General Jonathan Braga to present Chief Warrant Officer Slover with our nation's highest military award, the Congressional Medal of Honor. Well, thank you very much, Eric and Amy. Great to get to know you. I met with them and with a lot of their fellow warriors at Fort Bragg recently. You notice the name Fort Bragg, we have it back, we brought it back. We won the First World War with it, the Second World War with it, and then they decided to change the name. So we changed it back. Everybody wanted to change back too. And 10 of Eric's fellow warriors from that incredible night of victory will also be receiving medals at a private ceremony that will soon be held at the White House, and Eric will be there. Thank you. Thank you, Eric. That's a big one. Tonight we've celebrated many truly extraordinary American patriots, but there is one last living legend to honor before we go. He is one more heroic American aviator, Navy fighter pilot. Royce Williams served in World War II, Korea, Vietnam, flying more than 220 missions. In the skies over Korea in 1952, Royce was in the dogfight of a lifetime, legendary dogfight. Flying through blizzard conditions, his squadron was ambushed by 7 Soviet fighter planes. It was his first aerial combat of the war, and despite being massively outnumbered and outgunned, Royce led the takedown of 4 enemy jets and almost destroyed the others, vanquishing his adversaries while taking 263 bullets to his own plane and being seriously hurt. His story was secret for over 50 years. He didn't even want to tell his wife, but the legend grew and grew. But tonight, at 100 years old, this brave Navy captain is finally getting the recognition he deserves. He was a legend long before this evening. Royce, please stand up, and I will ask the First Lady of the United States to present Captain Royce Williams with his Congressional Medal of Honor.
How smart it is. Well earned. Yeah. Well, even the Dems stood up for that. Thank God. Long applause. Very nice. Very decorated soldier. Man. Air Force.
Thank you, Royce, and thank you, Eric. I've always wanted the Congressional Medal of Honor, but I was informed I'm not allowed to give it to myself, and I wouldn't know why I'd be taking it, but if they ever open up that law, I will be there with you someday. But you know, that's our highest honor, Congressional Medal of Honor, and that's a big thing, and it's an honor to be in the same room with you. Thank you both very much, Eric. Thank you. Thank you. 250 years is a long time in the life of a nation, but in another sense, it's really a mere moment in the eye of history. Two of the gentlemen we met in the gallery this evening took their first breaths 1 century ago, 100 years before that, on July 4th, 1826, the author of the Declaration of Independence, brilliant, Thomas Jefferson, drew his last breath. Just a single long human lifespan separates the giants who declared and won our independence from the heroes who stand among us tonight. Everything our nation has done, everything we have achieved, has been the work of those few great lifetimes. In those brief chapters, Americans built this nation from 13 humble colonies into the pinnacle of human civilization and human freedom, the strongest, wealthiest, most powerful, most successful nation in all of history. Americans ventured out across the daunting and dangerous continent. We carved paths through an unforgiving wilderness, settled a boundless frontier, and tamed the beautiful but very, very dangerous Wild West. From empty marshes and wide open plains, we raised up the world's greatest cities. Together we mastered the world's mightiest industries and shattered history's monstrous tyrannies.
We got our contract on
And we liberated millions from the chains of fascism, communism, oppression, and terror. Americans lifted humanity into the skies on the wings of aluminum and steel. And then we launched mankind into the stars on rockets powered by sheer American will and unyielding American pride. We wired the globe with our ingenuity. We captivated the planet with American culture. And now we are pioneering the next great American breakthroughs that will change the entire world. All of this and so much more is the enduring legacy, unmatched glory of the hardworking patriots who built and defended this country and who still carry the hopes and freedoms on all of humanity's backs. For years they were forgotten, betrayed, and cast aside, but that great betrayal is over and they will never be forgotten again, because when the world needs courage, daring, vision, and inspiration, it is still turning to America. And when God needs a nation to work his miracles, he knows exactly who to ask. There is no challenge Americans cannot overcome, no frontier too vast for us to conquer, no dream too bold for us to chase, no horizon too distant for us to claim. For our destiny is written by the hand of providence, and these first 250 years were just the beginning. From the rugged border towns of Texas to the heartland villages of Michigan, from the sun-kissed shores of Florida to the endless fields of the Dakotas, and from the historic streets of Philadelphia to right here in our nation's capital, Washington, D.C., the golden age of America is upon us. The revolution that began in 1776 has not ended. It still continues because the flame of liberty and independence still burns in the heart of every American patriot. And our future will be bigger, better, brighter, bolder, and more glorious than ever before. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America.
Fantastic.
President Donald Trump. State of the Union. Man, the only disappointing part about tonight is to think we can only do this 2 more times with him.
Yeah, I was just thinking that.
Absolutely. I mean, if that is just to take the last 2 minutes there, that's one of the more brilliant closes you'll ever hear to any speech ever. Number one, just an absolutely brilliant speech by the president. I mean, 2 hours, and it felt like about 45 minutes. That's how you know how good it was. I mean, it was just the perfect balance, seemingly, of everything. A+ on the speechwriter, A+ on the delivery, a once-in-a-generation leader who was absolutely born for this moment, for this kind of speech. Just a pure highlight of American exceptionalism, of everything that's great about the country. I mean, that's as good as it gets from the president. Even if you didn't agree with every single data point or stat or point he made or things that he said, I mean, just overall, that is as good as it gets for an American leader on this platform, on this night. I mean, that final 2 minutes is, I mean, that is as good as you'll ever hear. That is Trump. That is whoever wrote that. I mean, that is just soaring American exceptionalism at its absolute best. And there's nobody better to deliver it than that man right there. A historic speech on a historic night from a historic president. Boy, I can't say enough about this whole night. Again, you don't have to agree with every single point. There were some things he said, and I was like, I don't know where he got those data points from. But it doesn't matter. The distinction he drew between the two parties, the distinction he drew between the Republicans and the Democrats, and we all have we all have our problems with the Republicans, but the distinction that he drew tonight, the patriotism and love, I mean, that is a man who there's undoubtedly loves the country. There is no question about it. And he drew the distinction between a party that, as I said in the opening, is for the most part an anti-American party. And it was, how can you say it was not on display tonight? He made them put it on display. I mean, he chose the times to really go to open combat with them, putting them on the spot to make the decisions. You know, really made Ilhan Omar the face almost of the midterms. If the Republican strategists and their media planners and commercial makers and graphic artists are paying attention, they should already be starting putting together the material for the midterm commercials, because he gave them all kinds of things to run with. So, I mean, just absolutely brilliant, I thought, from the President of the United States. What a balance. Just the timing of it, the time he spent. I don't even know that he spent as much time as I thought on what we talked about all night, which was affordability.
Yeah.
But, I mean, it was just seemingly the perfect balance of time through all of the subject matter. Slick, what'd you think?
It was epic, Big D. That's the word I'd use. It was the best speech I've seen in my lifetime. Best State of the Union ever, even with the great Ronald Reagan delivering great speeches back in the 80s. That was all I could really remember. That was great. This surpassed that for me tonight. You know, he tied it all in very well. He said, the golden age is upon us. It was also among us when he brought out the hockey team, Big D. They're the part of the golden age. So I just thought it was incredible. He didn't touch on the economy as much as I would have liked to have seen, but everything else was, in my opinion, epic. The way he handled the Democrats, I thought it was great. I think you're right. If the Republican strategist jumps on that, that could also be fantastic marketing. The way Omar was acting like, well, what she is, right? A sore loser, so to speak. So, yeah, I thought it was great, Big D. Phenomenal. And the First Lady was great. All the honorees were great. The Purple Heart Congressional Medal of Honor. Never have I seen more deserving Americans than the ones that stepped up tonight and took their medals. I thought that was a very significant part of it. And then that young man from the National Guard there with his mom, that was incredible as well. What a moment. I couldn't believe when he stood up after he was near death just, months ago. That was incredible, the faith of that mother. And it just went on, Big D. Really, Charlie Kirk's wife, that was beautiful as well. And great speech. Epic in my opinion. I think it should go down. On our side, we'll certainly view it as the greatest. I'm not so sure about the other side, but they got what they deserved, Big D. He handed it to them and handed it to them well.
Well, it was just incredible the way he put him on the spot in certain ways. Put him on the spot.
I move that the message of the president be referred to the Committee of the Whole on the State of the Union and be ordered printed.
Without objection. Does the gentleman from Louisiana have a motion?
Mr. Speaker, I also move that the House stand adjourned.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.
There you go.
Duly noted.
There's your official close of the night. Let's go over to David Zier. He was in the house here at the America First Warehouse. Mr. Zier, you heard what I had to say, what Slick had to say. Give us your recap of the night.
It was very moving. I was invoking, the American spirit again. I was at Fort Bragg last week covering Trump and the First Lady, congratulating the airborne troops. And these guys at Fort Bragg are the best of the best. And they just love him. And I wanted to add, I covered the Maduro arraignment in Lower Manhattan, and the protesters outside had counter-protesters who were families of people who were abducted by Nicolas Maduro's. And tonight, that freed political prisoner making a surprise appearance here, very moving. And I interviewed the head of Space Command a few weeks ago, 4-star General Stephen Whiting. If everybody paid attention to the threats we face, because Trump said Space Force is his baby, the Chinese might have a terrestrial-based laser that can knock down our satellites in lower orbit. All kinds of threats. The Russians may have a WMD in space. Really important to pay attention to. But I think that, Trump really hit home the trans kid stories. And I think things that may resonate with people who are the opposition may be his moving stories with the illegal aliens, causing these fatal traffic accidents and the violent assaults on innocent young women in the United States. And Trump RX, prescriptions. I was with Trump and the heads of the major pharmaceutical companies, and they're talking about lowering drugs that used to be $23,000 down to like $2,000. It's a big win, and the Trump accounts. These things are really big. We haven't seen the effects of it yet. The average family is going to get $1,000 more in their tax returns this spring. Hopefully, for the Republicans, all this will come in time for the midterms. Big challenge. They can only afford to lose like 2 seats, right, Damon?
Yeah. We're waiting on the Democratic response, which Abigail Spanberger. So we got her feed up. When she goes live, we'll bring it to you. But David, if you can grab some people over there, I'd love to get some people's reaction to the speech. Just give us your name, where you're from, and what you thought of the president.
Yeah, what's your name?
Yeah, Tom Diana.
And you're in New York City?
Yes.
Right, retired engineer?
Yes.
Did you grab a snow shovel with Mom and Donnie? Did you have your ID on you?
No, I had to shovel it myself.
All right. I want to talk about your key takeaways, but what do you think about the cops getting those snowballs thrown at them in the city?
That's not half as bad as what the judges are doing to these cops.
Terrible. And you're a landlord. You're saying landlords, property owners have no rights in New York City.
No, we've got squatters. I have a 9-year squatter. It's ridiculous how they're treating us.
What were your key takeaways from the State of the Union tonight? What resonated with you?
Well, one, I'm very happy he cut down the drug prices.
All right, David Zier, hold on. We're going to go to the Democratic response. Abigail Spanberger, governor of Virginia, is going to give it. Let's go there now. All right, let's not go there now. We're going to hold up. We're going to wait for her. I think she is at the microphone. We're just going to...
We're live.
If you're joining us on social media, stay with us. We're going to bring you the Democratic response here. And then we're going to stay here at the America First Warehouse and get the reaction from people who are here to the president's speech tonight.
Okay.
All right, we're still waiting for that. We'll cue her up. David, if you want to continue.
Yeah, we have also Ken from Concomitant, retired Long Island Railroad worker. Come in the shot.
I thought he made them look like fools. That classic line when he was talking about the CARE Act and a lot of other common sense things, and he turned and he looked at the Democrats and he said, "These people are sick." I mean, that is classic. That is going to be remembered for a long, long time.
Trump has pretty good timing.
Yes. And he just killed them with common sense.
No doubt about it. I just want to bring in Don Caulfield here. He's a big supporter of the America First Warehouse for many years. You're retired. What were your big takeaways, and how is it living on a fixed income in the economy under Biden?
It sucked, to be honest with you. Yeah. You couldn't get anything. My salary stays the same, but everything goes up. Your rent goes up.
Have you seen any relief yet in the 1 year of Trump?
Some, not a lot.
Do you expect it to get better?
I hope it will. I think it will.
You think the Trump RX stuff is going to help you, cheaper drugs and all that?
It should.
Yeah. What about no tax on Social Security up to $250,000? It's all right. You could write it all off.
That will be excellent.
Yeah, it's a few $1,000s in seniors' pockets.
Well, that's going to be a big help.
Yeah.
But otherwise, it's,
So if you were a Democrat and you were watching this, is there anything you would take away from this where you would say, oh, that made a lot of sense?
Well, if I was a Democrat, I would have walked out because I would have been embarrassed.
Yeah.
So that's my point on Democrats.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate that insight and honoring the bravery of our troops and everything. A lot of moving moments tonight for you?
Oh, yes, it was, especially with the 100-year-old getting a reward for honored, and the other guys getting honored for what they done is fabulous to see.
All right. Well, that's great, everybody. Donald Caulfield, we're going to throw back to you, Damon.
All right, David's here. Very good. Some reaction here from the America First Warehouse on a State of the Union Tuesday. We're waiting for Abigail Spanberger, who I believe is at the mic. She may have already started, but we're going to get it so racked up from you so you can see it from the beginning. And this is one of the more interesting parts of the night. Obviously, the president went a full solid 2 hours. It's already 12 minutes after 11, which is, all right, here we go. Here's the Democratic response.
Good evening. Good evening and welcome to historic Williamsburg. We are gathered here in the chambers of the House of Burgesses. In 1705, the people of the Virginia colony gathered here to take on the extraordinary task of governing themselves. Before there was a Declaration of Independence, a Constitution, or a Bill of Rights, there were people in this room. The people who served here ultimately dreamed of what a new nation, unlike anything the world had ever seen, could be. The United States was founded on the idea that ordinary people could reject the unacceptable excesses of poor leadership, band together to demand better of their government, and create a nation that would be an example for the world. And this year, as we celebrate 250 years since America declared our independence from tyranny, I can think of no better place to speak to you as we reflect on the current state of our union. Tonight, as we watched our nation's lawmakers gather for a joint session of Congress, we did not hear the truth from our president.
Oh.
So let's speak plainly and honestly. Wow. And let me ask you, the American people watching at home, 3 questions. Is the president working to make life more affordable for you and your family? Is the president working to keep Americans safe both at home and abroad?
Yeah.
Is the president working for you? As I campaigned for governor last year, I traveled to every corner of Virginia, and I heard the same pressing concern everywhere. Costs are too high in housing, healthcare, energy, and childcare. And I know these same conversations are being had all across this country. Because since this president took office last year, his reckless trade policies have forced American families to pay more than $1,700 each in tariff costs. Small businesses have suffered, farmers have suffered, some losing entire markets. Everyday Americans are paying the price. And even though the Supreme Court struck these tariffs down 4 days ago, the damage to us, the American people, has already been done. Meanwhile, the president is planning for new tariffs, another massive tax hike on you and your family. And Republicans in Congress, they remain unwilling to assert their constitutional authority to stop him. They're making your life harder. They're making your life more expensive. They're even making it more difficult to see a doctor. Rural health clinics in Virginia and across the country are already closing their doors thanks to the so-called One Big Beautiful Bill, championed by the president and Republicans in Congress. And tonight, the president celebrated this law, the one threatening rural hospitals, stripping health care from millions of Americans and driving up costs in energy and housing, all while cutting food programs for hungry kids. But here in Virginia, I am working with our state legislature to lower costs and make the Commonwealth more affordable.
This is like a horror movie.
And it's not just me.
Exactly.
Democrats across the country are laser focused on affordability in our nation's capital and in state capitals and communities across America. In the most innovative and exceptional nation in the history of the world, Americans deserve to know that their leaders are focused on addressing the problems that keep them up at night. Problems that dictate where you live, whether you can afford to start a business or whether you have to skip a prescription in order to buy groceries. So I'll ask again, is the president working to make life more affordable for you and your family? We all know the answer is no. I grew up in a house of service. My mother was a nurse, and my father was a career law enforcement officer.
And I was a
began
CIA
my career by
agent.
following in my father's footsteps as a federal agent working money laundering and narcotics cases. I work side by side with local and state police to keep our communities safe and to uphold and enforce the law. Law enforcement officers across the country know that it is a unique responsibility to do the serious work of investigating crimes, comforting victims, and making arrests. It's about building trust, and that requires an abiding sense of duty and commitment to community. And yet, our president has sent poorly trained federal agents into our cities, where they have arrested and detained American citizens and people who aspire to be Americans. And they have done it without a warrant. They have ripped nursing mothers away from their babies. They have sent children, a little boy in a blue bunny hat, children to far-off detention centers. And they have killed American citizens in our streets. And they have done it all with their faces masked from accountability. Every minute spent sowing fear is a minute not spent investigating murders, crimes against children, or the criminals defrauding seniors of their life savings. Our president told us tonight that we are safer because these agents arrest mothers and detain children. Think about that. Our broken immigration system is something to be fixed, not an excuse for unaccountable agents to terrorize our communities. After working in law enforcement, I continued my career of service as a CIA officer, working undercover to protect the United States and our allies from global threats, terrorism, nuclear weapons, and the aggression of adversarial nations around the globe. But as the president spoke of his perceived successes tonight, he continues to cede economic power and technological strength to Russia, bow down to China, bow down to a Russian dictator, and make plans for war with Iran. Here's the truth. Over the last year, through DOGE, mass firings, and the appointment of deeply unserious people to our nation's most serious positions, our president has endangered the long and storied history of the United States of America being a force for good. So I'll ask again, is the president working to keep Americans safe, both at home and abroad? We all know the answer is no. In his speech tonight, the president did what he always does. He lied, he scapegoated, and he distracted. And he offered no real solutions to our nation's pressing challenges, so many of which he is actively making worse. He tries to divide us. He tries to enrage us, to pit us against one another, neighbor against neighbor. And sometimes he succeeds. And so you have to ask, who benefits from his rhetoric, his policies, his actions, the short list of laws he's pushed through this Republican Congress? Somebody must be benefiting. He's enriching himself, his family, his friends. The scale of the corruption is unprecedented. There's the cover-up of the Epstein files, the crypto scams, cozying up to foreign princes for airplanes and billionaires for ballrooms, putting his name and face on buildings all over our nation's capital. This is not what our founders envisioned, not by a long shot.
This is so just typical.
So I'll ask again, is the president working for you? We all know the answer.
These questions
is no.
do not work on a night like
But
tonight.
here's the special thing about America. On our 250th anniversary, we know better than any nation what is possible when ordinary citizens, like those who once dreamed right here in this room, reject the unacceptable and demand more of their government. We see it in the determination of students organizing school walkouts all across the country, whose voices are becoming so powerful that the governor of Texas seeks to silence them. We see it in the bravery of Americans in Minnesota standing up for their communities, from peacefully protesting in sub-zero temperatures to carpooling children to school so that their immigrant parents are not ripped away from them in the parking lot. As a mother of 3 school-aged daughters, I am inspired by their bravery, but I am sickened that it is necessary. And Americans across the country are taking action. They are going to the ballot box to reject this chaos. With their votes, they are writing a new story, a more hopeful story. In November, I won my election by 15 points. And we won 13 new seats in our state legislature. Because voters decided they wanted something different. Our campaign earned votes from Democrats, Republicans, independents, and everyone in between. Because they knew as citizens they could demand more, that they could vote for what they believe matters, and that they didn't need to be constrained by a party or political affiliation. This is happening across the country. New Jersey elected Mikey Sherrill as governor in a double-digit victory. Democrats flipped state legislative seats in places like Georgia, Iowa, Mississippi, and Texas. The list goes on and on. Ordinary Americans are stepping up to run in the spirit of our forefathers. They are running to demand more and to do more for their neighbors and communities. I know the story well. I first ran for office in 2018 alongside dozens of other Democrats who did the seemingly impossible, flipping 41 seats in Congress. In my case, I was the first Democrat elected in 50 years, swinging our district 17 points. Those who are stepping up now to run will win in November because Americans, you at home, know you can demand more, and that we are working to lower costs. We are working to keep our communities and our country safe, and we are working for you. In his farewell address, George Washington warned us about the possibility of, quote, cunning, ambitious, and unprincipled men rising to power. But he also encouraged us, all Americans, to unite in a common cause, to move this nation forward. That is our charge once more, and that is what we are seeing across the country. It is deeply American and patriotic to do so, and it is how we ensure that the state of our union remains strong, not just this year, but for the next 250 years as well, because we, the people, have the power to make change, the power to stand up for what is right, the power to demand more of our nation. May God bless the Commonwealth of Virginia, and may God bless the United States of America.
Okay. There's your Democratic response. We'll start with the pluses. The couple of American flags behind her, which was a surprise. God bless the United States of America. That's a surprise. But other than that, just, I mean, if we're being honest, it was okay. It's predictable. Predictable I hate Trump language tonight, but I don't think those questions work to common sense Americans. Is the president, whatever she kept going back to, because I think most people think the answer is yes, he is working to do those things. Even if you don't think he's there yet, yes, he is working to do those things. And I think most people feel that way. But just lifeless, honestly. If you want to be honest, just the crowd there did its best to try to give her life, but that speech won't be remembered 2 hours from now.
Nope.
That speech will not be remembered, and if we're being honest, even by their own side, that speech will not be remembered. Just the typical nonsense. Praising school walkouts, going after law enforcement, saying they're terrorizing neighborhoods. I mean, that's the message tonight. When I don't know, it was Biden's last State of the Union. I remember Katie Britt gave the Republican response, and I hammered her because I just said on a night that Biden was so terrible, we needed a response that really went to town to draw the conclusion, and I didn't think she was very good at all. And I have the same feeling tonight. That speech just does not work on a night like tonight, where the President of the United States gave one of the great speeches that any of us have ever heard, ever. forget just State of the Union, just ever heard. I can remember his speech out at Mount Rushmore I thought was one of the best ever. I mean, this may be better than that. 2 hours, it felt like 10 minutes. So I think a speech like this tonight, just typical dribble from the left on I hate Trump and this, that, and you know, what he's doing, I just don't think it works. I mean, maybe it works with a small percentage of their base who sits there and watches that and goes, yeah, get him, you know, he stinks. But I just don't think it works with the majority of America. When they hear 2 hours of American exceptionalism, and they see all of the theatrics that were brought into that, from the hockey team to the medals that were given to Erica Kirk, which I thought was a nice moment, to get that 12, 13 minutes from her, a CIA spy, I just don't think works. I just don't think it works at all. Slick, what was your feeling on it?
Yeah, typical political vitriol, and you could see the TDS permeating through her pores, Big D. It was very obvious how she felt and how her hatred for the president, obviously. And she was lying, point blank. I was in the chat. Folks were saying she was lying left and right. Who cares that Mikey Sherrill won by 15 whatever it was, electoral votes? It was just a joke. But honestly, that's what you saw, political vitriol from her. It was a canned speech, right? 95% of it was written before. I didn't see that they got together and wrote anything beforehand. And besides, you're right. She didn't recognize any of the great moments or any of the great people that were on it tonight. Then that should be a bipartisan recognition, in my opinion. Totally missed opportunity.
Well, what's one of the things the president did tonight is to point out the fact that there is no bipartisan anything, and they wouldn't stand for I mean, no matter what side of the aisle, and you fall on some of these, could you imagine not standing for the hockey team who just went out and won a gold medal for the country? They didn't win it for Republicans. They didn't win it for conservatives. They went there representing the entire country, all of us. And to sit there and you can't even stand for that. You can't stand for some of the other moments. And the president did a great job. I'm telling you, it was just so balanced when he decided to go full frontal assault on him in front of the camera.
He called him out.
He said, you can't stand for that. You can't stand for that. Good for him, because I thought the production of it, besides the audio being absolutely horrific, I thought the camera shots, they caught some good ones, but then there was some times I felt like they could have caught some better ones when the president was calling them out. And thank God he called them out a couple times, because they didn't show the fact that they didn't stand.
Yeah.
So the president called it out. So David Zier looks like he has a special guest with him. So David, first I'll ask you what you thought of Spamberger, because I think she's the perfect encapsulation, and I know they chose her. They didn't choose her for this reason, but she's the perfect choice to highlight for the party, because she's full of deception, just like the whole party is. And her whole speech tonight, I don't think it works. But give me your thoughts on her, and then tell me who you've got with you there.
She's super radical. So she was obviously hiding that agenda tonight, and it was probably the weakest response I've ever seen in my life. She didn't say anything. Like, why didn't she go back at Trump and say, okay, I don't like the ICE tactics. I didn't like this. This is what we saw, But I don't think it had much substance at all. I mean, if this is all they got. But, she won by a large margin down in Virginia. Some of it had to do with the shutdown, and government workers were off, and they were campaigning for her. But she won by, I think, double digits. Pretty scary stuff that she's head of the opposition. Because the Democratic Party probably deserves better than that, at least in a response to tonight's speech. What do you think, Joe? Joe the Box, the owner of the America First Warehouse.
I'm so happy to be honored to have Real America Voice here at the warehouse. And I could say the one thing that we never serve around here is spam. Whether spam is in a burger or in any kind of form whatsoever, there'll be no spam burger here at the warehouse.
Yeah. All right. Speaking of that, so what was your favorite moment of the night?
Dude, I got to tell you, I blew up. I was laughing so hard when he called out the Somali pirates. And yeah, everybody liked that one. I thought that was fantastic. And then to see them squirm in their chair was so obvious. And there was another highlight, this guy Swazi. Swazi's in our district. I think he was sleeping, but our guy Craig Hack, he ain't going to be sleeping. America First.
Yeah, and it looked like Ilhan Omar lost it there. I was with Scott Besson and Jack Posobiec at a Somali fraud roundtable a couple weeks ago. The stuff they're unearthing up there is just unbelievable. Do you think it hit too close to home for her?
Well, too close to home. It hit her right on the head. And I think that really what I loved about Trump is what he said. If you imagine the fraud that's come through the country, if we can retain that and bring that back to us, I think we're all getting raises.
Well, okay. You've got a great place here. You've got hardworking people, retired people, young people, all kinds of people. Tell us about the people who follow you and come here to the America First warehouse, and why are they so involved?
Well, big time first because of our Lord Jesus Christ. They follow God in a way and understand what's morally good and what's not. They love their families, and this is what the country is based on. God, family, country. That's the order how we live our lives. We love the lives we had, and we're not going to let any pirates take it from us. It's just not going to happen.
You think the good people are tired of being told they're the bad people?
I'm telling you what, it's so disgraceful when I look out there and what they say to us right out to our face, the bad things they say about our president. It's very hard for me to stomach, so I really don't. I only watch Real America Voice because I want the truth and I want reality. I want what God's bringing to this nation. Real America Voice. You too, David's here. Very good, brother.
All right, Joe the Box. Thank you so much for your hospitality
Harry, you're
tonight.
not bad.
Yeah, and Harry's not so bad either, right?
Harry's not bad. Listen what David says about him.
Yeah. It's all true.
Harry, the audio guy from Congress tonight didn't call you for any tips, did he? Oh my God! Oh man, people online were saying there must be a Democrat running the audio. The president was so jacked up there on the mic. They just, I don't know. It was just weird. But Joe the Box, the great Joe the Box, and we always so appreciate Joe having us here for these special nights. And David Zier, maybe you can grab some other people's reaction to the president tonight. But I want to also tell the social media audience, and I want to thank all of the great sponsors who have made this night happen. And also that includes Trump Coasters, including they're introducing tonight a limited release collectible Trump Coaster brought to you by TrumpCoasters.com with 4 brand new coaster sets for just $10 in honor of tonight's State of the Union. Each set comes with 4 individually packed coasters. You can choose from 4 different powerful designs, only 250 sets made of superior quality PVC coasters, hot and cold insulating material, 100% stain and water resistant. So with every sip, you're not just using a coaster, you're celebrating a vision and ideology and your allegiance to the leader who will make America great once again. And you certainly heard that tonight. These coasters are built to withstand daily use while protecting your surfaces. The high-quality material ensures durability. Each coaster features a thoughtful, non-slip design, providing a secure grip for all your drinks. You can trust these coasters to keep your drinks in place and your surface is safe from unwanted spills. The coasters offer superior thermal insulation to keep your furniture surfaces untouched by extreme temperatures, both hot and cold. Cleaning up is a breeze. Their smooth surface resists stains and is easy to wipe clean. We know you're going to love them. Limited edition Trump Coasters, and we fully stand by these products. That's why when you purchase your Trump Coasters tonight, we're offering a long 30-day, 100% money-back guarantee. That means if you're not happy with your purchase for any reason at all, just contact them, and they will fully refund your purchase back to your account, no questions asked. Enjoy your Trump Coasters, brought to you by TrumpCoasters.com. All one word. Go there now, TrumpCoasters.com, before they sell out, and I suspect they will do in just that, especially on a special night like tonight. TrumpCoasters.com. Go there now. Check them out. We want to thank them for being a sponsor tonight. All the great sponsors, Trump Coasters, Trump Tumbler, obviously Birch Gold, and all the other sponsors who sponsor Patriot Mobile tonight as well, I believe. All the great sponsors here for Real America's Voice that brought us a very special State of the Union. Let me go back to David Zier. He's got another Patriot here with him at the America First warehouse. David, who you got?
Jay Weinstein here, head of the Belmore Patriots. What's up, Jay?
Hey, how's it going there, guy?
Everything's great. Everything's great. And, Jay's also a driver in the presidential detail. He drove for J.D. Vance a few weeks ago in New York. He transports special guests, right, for the president and vice president?
Yes, pretty much anyone in his cabinet or his family who's not in with Trump in his main car, he comes back with us.
So I've been following you guys and covering the Belmore Patriots. You've had rallies, sometimes 33,000 people participated in it on Long Island, but birthed out of the Biden era, right? COVID. We started with the COVID rallies, right? And all the stuff, the mandatory masking, everything. But it really festered and it really grew. Housing costs, double what they were in 2021 right now.
Oh, yes.
Do you see relief on the horizon? And how do your members feel about Trump?
Everybody still loves Trump, and he's doing an amazing job. I mean, prices are starting to come down. Yes, a little slower than people expect, but they are coming down. It's much better than it was. Look at gas prices. 2 years ago, you were paying $6 a gallon. I just paid $2.45 a gallon for gas. So things are coming down. I think people's mindset is changing a lot. They're a lot happy. They do have more money in their pockets. And main thing is their 401ks. I mean, I don't know if anyone watches their 401ks. I certainly do. I'm coming to retirement sooner or later, and I want to make sure that I'm making money for it, and I am.
Yeah, and Trump touched on that tonight. Housing prices are up. For the average single-family home, existing single-family home, it's up at least 31% according to the National Association of Realtors. Some people say 40% plus. Long Island, right? Yes. Average tax is $7-8 grand. Homeowners insurance, replacement costs are up 50%, to get, a house rebuilt if there's a claim, right? So now people paying $5,000 a year for homeowners insurance, right? $1,500 a month in taxes.
And then you got flood insurance, because look who
we got flood insurance. Sandy, we lost 13,000 homes here. But how does a young person stay on Long Island? Do you think anything in Trump's State of the Union tonight resonated for young people?
I think it did. As he mentioned in the State of the Union, mortgage rates are starting to come down, which will help. The prices of houses are expensive. There's no ifs, buts, ands about it. But you also got to look at it relatively, that we make more money in Long Island, so you pay more money, unfortunately.
Yeah, well, the average fixed mortgage rate was 7.5% under Biden in his 4 years, and it's 6.07 today. Mm-hmm. But that only makes a difference of about $300 a month. So if you add the local taxes or schools, 70% of your tax bill, and then you add the homeowners insurance, and then your flood zone insurance on top of it, is the American dream fleeting for people in New York?
It's hard. It's hard to survive here on that type of salary. If you look at it that way and you break it down, it is hard. And people are fleeing left and right to go to Florida and other states that are a lot cheaper. But, hopefully if we get a good Republican in as a governor, Blakeman, hopefully, and things will come down.
Yeah, Bruce Blakeman running for governor, Nassau County executive, against Kathy Hochul here. And I just want to touch on inflation. Did Trump touch enough on inflation? It was 5% per year under Biden on average, right? It was 2.7% for 2025 under Trump, and it's coming down. Now, but grocery prices are still going to go up 1.5% this year. Is there enough time between now and the midterms? Do you think the House is going to go blue?
I'm hoping with everything he's doing right now that we are going to have a red wave. I know historically it doesn't happen that way in the midterms, but with what he's doing right now, what he said on the State of the Union, I think it's going to change a lot of people's minds, and they're going to realize, come red, stay red.
Favorite moment of the night for you?
Oh, my favorite moment was seeing Swazi sleeping over there.
Yeah, we're going to get to that one.
Nothing beats that.
Oh, yeah. There you go. A third district
Congress. There was one other good thing also. He actually got the Dems to stand, which is amazing. When he stated that he wanted to stop all the inside trading that was going on, all of a sudden, all the Dems stood up and started clapping. But wait a minute here. They're the ones all doing the inside trading.
Yeah, that was a big moment tonight. So everybody, Jay Weinstein, thank you so much for joining us. And back to you, Damon.
All right, David Zier, very good. The Swazi moment, Slick. Let's talk about
priceless.
it, because that was the exact moment where the president put maybe the question of the night onto the floor. Do you believe, I'm paraphrasing what he said, but the job of the American president is to take care of the American people and not illegal immigrants? And of course, as the picture goes to Swazi, there he is, almost seemingly out cold.
He was.
And then, of course, none of the Democrats stand. And really what is just an amazing moment of the night. The president puts it out there. I said during the broadcast, as he's sitting there looking at them, shaking his head like, I cannot believe that you're not standing. I was hoping he was going to repeat himself and say it again and say, maybe you guys didn't hear me. I just said the number one job of the American president should be to take care of the American people, not illegal immigrants. None of you stood up. Maybe you didn't hear me. Let me say it again. But he didn't do that. But I think the point was made. But the Swazi moment is something kind of caught you by surprise.
I did. I thought he was conjuring up his inner Biden, Sleepy Joe. Yeah. Maybe he was in memory of Biden. I don't know. But that was unbelievable. And, boy, he'll pay the price on that one. What is it with these congressmen falling asleep? I don't know.
I don't know. But that's an amazing moment. And, if you remember the it was almost, the Democratic primary, if you remember, one of the first Democratic debates. I believe it was a debate, and one of the moderators said to all of them, all these doofuses standing on stage, raise your hand if you would, allow decriminalize border crossings. Remember, they all raised their hand?
Yeah.
And that was a moment we all remember. So tonight, Trump kind of pulled almost a reverse on them.
He did.
And they kind of, they got caught, kind of just sitting there.
They did.
I mean, I don't know how they all individually felt. Of course, they don't think individually. They have to, of course,
Hey, one big think
like
tank.
one big think tank, right?
Exactly.
They got to be all in the same box. God forbid. I'm sure there was times Fetterman probably wanted to stand up, but he probably thought he'd get knifed in the back by somebody, Pelosi behind him or somebody, if he tried to think on his own and act on his own. So, but the first duty of American government is to protect American citizens, not illegal aliens.
Right.
And none of them could stand up. I don't know. I mean, I just think regular Americans. I don't even think you have to be hard right or hard. I don't think it even matters. Just how do you not stand for that? How do you not stand for the American hockey team? How do you not stand for this poor girl's mother that was murdered on this train in Charlotte, North Carolina? I mean, do you have any life in you? Is there anything that moves you?
Right? They didn't stand for Charlie Kirk, right? They didn't stand for Charlie, I don't think, right? Did you see that?
No, I don't think they did either. I mean, I don't know. But again, I don't want to dwell too much on the Democrats and on the negativity, because again, I just think tonight was just a soaring moment for the President of the United States. I wanted to get into the chat a little bit as well. We're going to rejoin Real America's Voice here in a little bit on the network, I think, to give some commentary on what we thought tonight. But I also want to get into the chat. Maybe David Zier can line some people up for when we do get on the network, if they want to get some audience reaction here from the America First Warehouse, so we'll do that. But everything I've seen in the chat, obviously people, I think, feel the same way that we do. That I see one right here. Mike Pierce says Trump played them all like a guitar, which, I think possibly he did. And I said, I think it was yesterday, I said I wanted the president to go deeper. And I mean, this is just, individual wish list kind of stuff. Obviously, I just say it. People ask me, what do you think? So I said, things I want to hear that soaring speech, that Reagan-esque speech about, are we still one nation under God? Are we strengthening families? Are we preserving individual liberty? Are we teaching our kids to live with moral responsibility? And I'll tell you, the president, on that closing, I got to go back and get the text of the last 2-3 minutes of that speech. I mean, that's a soaring Americanism speech. I mean, that I've heard.
That was some close.
I mean, he touched on all of it. It was really amazing. Just absolute brilliance in that last 2 minutes of the speech. What a close to that speech. I mean, what a close to obviously what just a amazing night. But man, oh man, what a close that last 2 minutes. The soaring rhetoric, the American exceptionalism, and that's why I just think the Democratic response from her, I mean, it was typical, and I guess it resonates with some of them, but it's just not good enough on a night like tonight,
I'll tell you, it cleared this room out. When she got up, by the time she was done, this room was cleared out for her. But that was like the grand finale of a great fireworks show, right, Big D? It just kept building up this crescendo, and then that 2-minute close, like you said, was just a final bang. It was just incredible, and I really love the way the president tied everything up, hit on all points, like you said, wrapped it up in a nice, neat bow, and it is history.
And I'll tell you the other thing that I think he did tonight that I think you have to acknowledge is I do think he put some pressure on Mike Johnson again, and I think it's deserved to. He deserves it, and it should be there. I mean, I can remember when Trump said tonight, this is in the beginning, he said, just after 1 year, something to this effect, I can say with dignity and pride that we have achieved a transformation like no one has ever seen before. And we will never go back to where we just were a short time ago. All right, we're going to join Real America's Voice here. Hey, both. Thanks for having us back on. I mean, just my thoughts overall. It's just a once-in-a-generation leader who's built for moments like this. I just thought it was as soaring a speech about American exceptionalism as we've heard from the president. He's given a bunch of them. I can remember his speech out at Mount Rushmore. I think it was the 4th of July some years ago that I thought was brilliant. But I mean, this was just brilliant. And I know I just talk like a regular guy, so I think I speak for most people who just were sitting around their kitchen table watching it. It just seemed like the perfect balance of positivity, but yet he went openly after the Democrats in spots. He pointed out things. He made Ilhan Omar the face of possibly the Democrat Party. The midterms, they gave him so much material. I said if the Republican media people are not already making some commercials for the midterms, they're not paying attention, because Trump really, he went after them in all the right ways, all the right times. He was seemingly having fun. He really seems like he enjoyed it. I mean, you just cannot watch him and think, no matter what you think, you don't even have to agree with all of it. Even as a conservative, there were some things you can say, well, I don't know about that. But the man loves this country. He loves this country. He loves serving the people. He wants what's best for the people. It was a soaring speech. The last 2.5, 3 minutes of that speech were as good as I've ever heard. I was just saying to the social media stream here, I said last night on the show, I want to hear things about, are we one nation under God? Are we strengthening families? Are we preserving liberty? I mean, he hit on all of it in the last 2 minutes. I mean, that's as good as a close as you will ever hear from a State of the Union. So I just applaud the president tonight. I thought he hit it out of the park. I know it was a little over 2 hours. I mean, it seemed like about 20 minutes. I just did not want it to end. And I think, to your point, the distinction he drew tonight between the Republicans, and I mean, there's a lot of us who have a problem with the Republicans, that they got to get on their horse and do something. But man, the distinction tonight was just something to be seen. I just thought he was fabulous.
I had been kind of thinking this thing is going to go on and on. We know Trump likes to talk. We know he likes to take victory laps. But you're right. And this is kudos to the speechwriters, Ross Worthington and Vince Haley, who put this speech together. I would love to have been there in the room, Damon, when they said, you know what we're going to do? We're going to say America's first job is to protect our citizens. And when I say that, no one's going to stand up. And I'm going to look at them and go, you should be ashamed of yourselves, because he knew instinctively they can't help themselves. They're not going to stand up. And that's as clear of a contrast as you're going to get. If we can't all agree, not just about, hey, great gold medal for the men's hockey team. You don't want to stand up for that, you're an idiot. But if you can't even say that our first constitutional duty as Congress members is to protect our citizens, and you sit for that, something is incredibly wrong with you. And why in the world would you vote for someone like that, Dan?
Yeah, it was quite a moment. And I mean, he in real time sat there and looked at them too, and he shook his head, and he really made it focused on the fact that they weren't standing. And in real time, when we were on the stream, I said, I hope he says it again. I wanted him to say something like, maybe you guys didn't hear me because you're sitting there still and you're not standing up, because how could you not stand for this, right? That's what common sense people are thinking. I wanted him to say it again. Maybe you didn't hear me. I said the first job of the American president is to take care of American citizens, not illegal immigrants. You guys didn't stand. Maybe you didn't hear me. He didn't do that, but you get the point. I mean, it was just brilliant on the presidents, and he did it a couple times when they didn't stand for the girl in North Carolina on the train. He looked at them because the camera didn't show it. He looked at them and said, I can't believe you didn't stand for it. So good for him for pointing it out again. Again, they did this last year. Their approval dropped after it. I hope it happens again. I hope more people than the 36 million who watched last year watched again tonight, because the president, it was just an excellent speech. But to me, it's more about the guy than the speech. The speech was great, but he's just built for these moments, for these speeches, and he absolutely delivered tonight for me.
I counted at least 4 times, just by my count, that the Democrats did not stand. And by the way, I want to make it clear to our audience, these are not times that weren't stood for, that the Democrats didn't stand just because it was a policy that Trump, that they don't like. Didn't stand for the men's hockey team. Not all of them didn't stand. As you just said, he said the role of government is to protect American citizens first, did not stand. Irina Zarutska, as you just aptly mentioned, Damon, who was killed in North Carolina by a released felon in North Carolina. And then Enrique Marquez, the Venezuelan prisoner that was released. They didn't stand for that either. These are things that should be celebrated by every single American. These are not policy divisions. These are American issues that everybody should get behind, and yet they don't. And for all the people that think Trump is crazy and he flies off the cuff, he seemed the eye of the hurricane, Damon. He seemed like cool as a cucumber. And meanwhile, you have Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar uttering expletives and saying KKK as everyone else chants USA. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and again, I just think he was brilliant in the way, you know, I felt like the Democrats sat there. Of course, Swazi's fallen asleep, that doofus. But I mean, you know, they sat there all night, and he tried to, you know, they tried to show restraint, but then Omar just lost it, obviously. She just couldn't. And then Tlaib joined in, and then, of course, Pelosi's there chewing on her gums, looking like she's halfway down the bottle. I mean, it's just, you know, the distinction he drew. He knew when to go to open combat. The times he chose to go to open combat with them tonight on the floor and draw attention to it, and he got some help from the camera work, and they got some good reaction shots, I just thought was brilliant. But I think you're right. If you can't stand for the men's hockey team who went there and won a medal for the country, he didn't go win it. They didn't go win it for the Republicans or for the Democrats or for the Trump White House. They won it for America. They won it for all of America, all of us. You know, we remember 1980, and now here we are 46 years later, and they do it again. Obviously not exactly the same because they were such underdogs in 1980, but if you can't stand for that moment, if you can't stand for this poor girl's mother and some of the other things that Trump did so well tonight to point out some of the grief and agony that American citizens have endured because of Biden's open borders, I mean, it really just, it was so politically smart on the president's, on his part tonight. I just thought it was just as good as it could be. Slick Rick's here with me still. Slick, give me your final thoughts on the night before we throw it back to Bo. What are your parting thoughts here on the night?
It was an epic night. You know, like I said, it was the greatest speech I've ever seen. Hands down, best speech of all time. He was incredible the way he hit on all the points. I love the way he tied everything at the end. And, you know, maybe we got to focus less on the Democrats. We know that they're, like Trump said, they're sick people, right? Quote, unquote. Perfect statement. And that is exactly what they are. They cannot celebrate the Americans winning the gold medal. The United States men's hockey team is there. They should have took their hats off and jumped up and down when they came in. That's the kind of people they are. But you know what? Focus on the positive. Trump is moving the country in the right direction. It's going to take a little time, but the little middle America will see the change. They will see the economy shift, I believe, before the end of the year. I love the speech, Big D, epic. I think a lot of folks in the chat were saying they were tearing up at spots. The emotions it's amazing the emotions that come out of the Republicans when Trump speaks versus the disdain and the pushback from the Democrats. That was very prominent tonight. But again, moving on to the positive, epic speech. Congratulations, Mr. President. You did us very proud tonight.
Yeah, absolutely incredible positive American speech tonight, Bo. I think that's what I'll take away from it. I'll take the last 2 minutes. I mean, I'm going to find it and read it again, I think, on the show. I mean, the last 2 minutes are as good as you'll ever hear. And by the way, just while we have a second, I think the Democrat response falls short, not just because it's the Democrat response. You know, do I think that? Obviously, I thought she was lifeless. I thought the little crowd there that had to try to give her some energy, I don't think it was well written. I don't think the subject matter, I don't think it lands and communicates with people on a night like tonight. I think the repeated going back to the question of, so is the president working hard for you? I think we all know the answer. No, I think most people think the answer is yes. We may not be there yet, but I think common sense Americans sitting around the table think that maybe that he is working for them and he's trying to make things better and things safer. So I don't think that works on a night like tonight. Just like I didn't think on our side, Katie Britt worked in response to Biden's disastrous State of the Union, the last one he gave. I thought her response was not nearly good enough on a night where we needed to be sharp and hammer him and the party for what he said up there. I don't think their response tonight was good enough on a night. President Trump takes the night by a mile, and I think most of the American people will see that when it's polled on how they think he did tonight.
Yeah, knowing what we know now, that probably should have been Marco Rubio giving that speech at the time. But whoever was responsible for putting Abigail Spanberger up there, not just her as the speaker, the rebuttal speaker, but whoever wrote that speech gets an F. I mean, if the level of energy and optimism and patriotism was here under Donald Trump, boy, did that drop off immediately when Abigail Spanberger walked out to the stage of 10 people of fake supporters. So I thought that was atrocious. You hit the nail on the head with that.
But she's a fraud, though, right? I mean, she's a fraud.
I think we go to David Ziers, who is in the America First warehouse, and I think he's got a special guest with him who's going to provide some thoughts on tonight as well. David?
Hi, good evening, Bo. We meet all kinds of people coming through the America First warehouse here. One of them is Greg Hack. He's running in the 3rd District for Congress. Now, in fairness, he's running against the Trump-endorsed opponent, Mike LaPetri, in a primary. But this is important, right? Suozzi was sleeping. That's the 3rd District Democrat representative. Why is it important for you to take that seat?
Why is it important?
What'd you think of it?
We need a lot more than 5 minutes to talk about that. But
Yeah.
Suozzi sleeping is the perfect metaphor.
You think it was an act?
I don't know whether it was or not, but it's the perfect metaphor for the Democratic Party today.
Now, you're a lawyer. You specialize in corporate fraud, other fraud, getting into Somali fraud, right? Besant said, he's also the acting IRS commissioner. He's going to go after the Somali fraud. Do you have confidence anything will come out of it?
Oh, I think so. I think absolutely. I think we've only touched on the tip of the iceberg.
All right. Insider trading, that's your specialty, right? In Congress, do you think it should be banned? And what do you think? Were the Democrats on the hot seat with that, or are Republicans in on it too?
Yeah, well, it's actually fun. Actually, both parties are responsible for it. Both parties
But it
participated.
got a standing ovation from both sides.
But it did. They didn't know whether to stand up or sit down. It was obvious. But you have a guy like Tom Suozzi who goes in and he multiplies his net worth 450% in just 6 years. I mean, who do you think that attracts to run?
Okay, one key takeaway from tonight, 10 seconds.
It's America's back.
All right, you heard it here. Greg Hack, well, back to you, Bo.
Thank you, David. I appreciate that. Damon, I think you had a final thought. We do have about 2 minutes left. Any just final bookend you want to put on this for us?
Well, I was just going to say that I think Spanberger, I've said this all week, that I thought it was an interesting choice that they picked her because given how she has started her governorship in Virginia, she ran as some moderate. She got elected there, but she's just a total fraud. It's just total deception. She's gone in there and she's trying to tax everything under the sun. Yet she gets up there tonight and she talks about affordability. So she's just the perfect snapshot of, I think, the party and what they're going to try to pull off in the midterms, which I think is total deception. They're going to act like moderates, like she did, hope that they get elected, and then of course they're off the reservation, off the rails, like we know that they normally are. And I just think her choice, the irony of it, I think, was kind of lost on some people, but not on me. I just think she's a total fraud. The way she's governed is, I think, what they're going to try to do in the midterms as well. But overall, this is President Trump's night, just unbelievable.
Yeah, and given the vision that Donald Trump laid out tonight, I honestly think the Democrats are going to be on their heels. The visual that was laid out, you think about Kennedy and Nixon in the past, and the visual that was laid out between Tlaib and Ilhan Omar versus how Trump was completely stark. And unfortunately, they cannot erase that. Television is live, it is gold, it is forever. Well, as we close out our special State of the Union coverage, we want to thank all of our sponsors, and especially Birch Gold. At Birch Gold Group, see how easy it is to diversify your IRA or 401k with gold. Get a free info kit from Birch Gold right now by texting the word America to the number 989898. Always remember that number. That's America, the word America, to 989898. Well, we thank you for inviting us into your homes and into your laptops and everywhere you are in the world for our special coverage of the real State of the Union. A big shout out to all of our producers, all of our talent today, Robin Parker Sig, who made this possible and had the State of the Union uninterrupted, uncommentated upon until we actually came out after those speeches were over. We thank you for joining us, and we'll see you again
We're still
tomorrow.
live on socials as the network wraps. We are going to do the same here from the America First Warehouse. I want to thank David Zier for a great night of getting to the people's voice. David, if you have any, do you still have a mic that works over there as we close out?
I do.
I do.
He always does.
I got mics everywhere.
Oh, man. Well, I guess any closing thoughts, David? I know we've talked about it already, but just, I don't know. The president wins the night tonight. I just, that's as good. That's as good a speech as I can remember hearing. If historians look back and wonder how Trump dominated this party, and this speech, it has to be one that's looked at because this is as good as Trump has been that I can remember.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree with that, Damon. He stayed on script. Sometimes Trump doesn't stay on script all the time, but there's too much to fit into, one speech for tonight. Like how many lives has he saved at the border, human trafficking alone? How many people has he prevented from dying in violent crimes and the human trafficking due to the deportations and closing the border and fentanyl deaths? Can they quantify the fentanyl deaths? I wish he would have got into that a little bit more, but also more on the strategic energy dominance, nuclear, a big facet. We got these 5-megawatt nuclear power plants that could go off the grid, buried under AI factories. It's going to drive strategic energy dominance for the United States. The trade deficit cut in half. There's so much to cover in this speech, like the one beautiful bill. There's just too much in it. I hope the American people can appreciate at least what's in it, and maybe that'll translate in the midterms, Damon.
All right, David Zier, very good. Great night here at the American First Warehouse. I want to thank Joe the Box and all the staff here for staying late, having us in. It's been a great night. I want to thank all of you out there in social media land who have been with us all night. I saw someone on the social say, if Damon can do 4 hours tonight, he can do 3 hours regularly of LFS6. Don't get any ideas.
You're going to get roped into that. You'll see.
All right, Slickster, good night.
Epic. That's all I can say. Keeps coming back.
All right, thanks for being here. David Zier, Harry on the highway, everybody at the America First Warehouse working behind the scenes. Great stuff. Most of all, you live from Studio 6B. Real America's Voice audience out there in social media land. Make sure you hit the like, subscribe, follow all the channels. Thanks for being with us. What a night. State of the Union. We'll talk about more tomorrow when we're back 8 p.m. live from Studio 6B. Thanks, everybody. Enjoy the rest of your night. Go to bed. It's late.